Howdy, Craig.
Hey, what's up?
Not too much, just loading up the game, getting ready. So it's just you and me tonight.
Yeah, it sounds like it. From a big crew all week.
I know it
But
just whittled down. Well, it's also like summertime and all that. It's hard to pin people down on the weekends. But yeah, I don't know if we'll get to make use of this Idris unless you and I want to fly it today.
coming down, I'm landing in at Tisa right now.
Okay. How's your server feeling?
Um, yeah, so far so good. I was up in Everest, so I just took off and flew down, but yeah, everything seemed to be snappy.
Yeah, I think it's early enough in the patch cycle that we've still got a few days before it really starts to atrophy. But
I played last night also, and had real good server performance all night. In fact, Everest looked really good. It was um, it was really busy. Lots of ships, flying around. Never had to wait for a hangar, more than I was like one with the queue a couple times. A lot of times got the hangar right away. But the whole sky around Everest was full. Like it's people
cool.
must have been you're just taking off ships and just flying around the area, trying them out or something. So they couldn't figure out why, how it was so full in the air, but I never had to wait for a hanger, and I got the same two hanger candidates.
Yeah, maybe they've done some kind
I
of
guess it's hard to
adjustment.
tell because it's actually I might got the count wrong because it's the way Everest is. There's two forks with the mediums, and then the two or your two arms with the mediums and two arms with the smalls.
Hmm.
And I guess I never really kept track of am I getting like the outer or inner one. So actually, all four hangers might be active because there's four smalls and four mediums, two each on those two arms. In fact, now that I'm thinking about it, I have gotten both the hanger on the inside and the hanger on the outside of those arms.
Party
So I
invite
might be
headed
getting
your
all
way.
four hangers. What's that?
Party invite sent.
Oh,
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, I haven't played a bunch, but the other night when we were on, it was like the other day, whatever it was. Yeah, I didn't. I feel like I waited for any hangers until I got to a spaceport, like a starport.
in fact, and the only bug I saw was a bug that I knew about. In fact, I was kind of mad that I ended up taking it, but it was greed. Is those hauling missions where you get multiple destination or no multiple source pickups to one destination.
Hmm.
I was doing hauling missions like from Everest down to three uh, different distribution centers and then back up. So I got this one mission was like 138K, an experience one. So I thought I'll finally get to do an experience one, and it was from the three distribution centers I was going to back up to Everest. So like perfect, grabbed it, and when I took it, as soon as it went from the offered to the accepted column, all the destination, oh no, all the sources changed to just one of the distribution centers.
Oh,
So I
weird.
thought, oh shit, I've seen that bug before, and then exactly the same thing happened. And so the mission said like all pick up from one distribution center, but like three different missions with um, for the same item from the same place. And then I was dropping off each successive distribution center, there was always the right amount of cargo to pick up at each of the three distribution centers. So I actually got all the cargo into my ship, took it up to Everest, but when you drop it off, it says, well, you looks like you dropped off three times more for this one distribution center and none for the other ones. And so you end up with one third of it completing, even though everything everything except for its bookkeeping was wrong.
See,
So I
that's the
got
kind
that
of
before.
stuff I've been talking about though, where it's like there's just little things that over time break, right? Because the cargo missions are
I was
maybe
in 411.
9 months old, right? That those
I
cargo
got that.
missions have been around, and
Yeah,
then over
I
time, like
got that.
just little things break, little things break over time, and all of a sudden, whole gameplay loops just disappear. Or they get rid of them, or old mission chains are gone. So they're not going to take the
Well,
time to
luckily,
fix them, so they just turn them off.
there's only one type of mission, and it's easy to avoid because you can easily see it. But I got it in 411, which is how I got it the first time. And I thought, oh fuck, maybe that's just an oddball. And then I was watching like a general hauling video, and the guy actually warned about those missions. He said, don't take these missions because they're always bugged. And so when I saw that mission, I forgot all about that. But as soon as I saw it switch, I thought, oh shit, that's that bugged one. And then it worked just like it did in 411, so nothing changed. So at least that's good. It was stable. But here, but yeah, the thing I was most disappointed in for this whole thing was I bought 20 surges and found out there's no storage in a prospector.
Yeah, that's weird to me. I thought there was.
What before when you just would hit the I key and you could get it was 650 just like it's advertised. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. And then so I went into the prospector thinking I'll just dump all these surges in there because you can only fit 5 in the backpack I was wearing. And then I went to so I hop in the prospector and there's a storage locker like right next to the door, but there's no interaction to it. And then there's a drawer under the bed, like like a lot of ships have. That says storage. It looks like a drawer, but there's no interaction for it. And so then I hopped online and looked, and they said, "Yep, it's supposed to have 650, but it's old enough that it was never hooked up, and they haven't touched it since they physicalized all that stuff. So the prospector's just new enough that they haven't touched it, but just old enough not to have that key feature work. God damn it! And then
Um,
I spent about 15 minutes trying to get a surge onto my laser, and I couldn't figure out. I got it all lined up. It turned green, and would release it just would drop to the hangar floor, and finally it dropped through the hangar floor, and I lost one of them. And so then I got frustrated, and I just left. I'll figure this out later. And so maybe I thought maybe you have to put them on in space or something. You can't put them on the ground. Because I tried extending the laser, and then as soon as you get out of the seat, the laser retracts, and then about half because I was doing my little kind of run around to get all the modules I wanted, and about halfway to my first stop to get the first module upgrade, I realized, oh shit, port's locked.
hmm,
It's like that'll stop you every time.
um, yeah, I mean, do you want to bring your prospector along, or do you want to use the one that I got on there?
Yeah, I figure since I just upgraded mine, I can try it out and see if there's anything I want to change in it.
Yeah, and then we'll have a backup golem. Should should we explode a rock too close to ourselves or something? All right,
Yeah,
well, I'll
or
I'll get the
I
big
actually
ship up.
I might want to try out the Golem just because, like I said, I want to like that ship just because it's small. It's single person mining, just like I do most of the time. And since having internal storage is one of the things I was gonna like about having the because I knew I wanted to use these surges because I used the surges before and even though well actually they weren't a pain before because they just automatically replaced when I was using them, but I liked using them because they're kind of fun to use. But I can only take 5 in a backpack. That gives me, I think they're like 5 or 6 charges per surge. So that would give me 30 rock breaks maximum,
Mhm.
on an outing. I guess I only use them for the initial break, so that would be 30 different asteroids that were challenging enough that I needed to use it though. So might be all right. But yeah, it was just like fuck it. But I guess um that would just back me into using that Rieger 3. But that one's like I think only 35% boost, where the surge is 50%.
Come on, Idris, spawn in. I called it to the pad, but it is taking its sweet time.
Yeah, I know that it just kind of painted itself in stages when I was with you. And you're like, don't drop through. Good. Forgot to unlock the ports again.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval
I know that's
system.
going to be something I
Please visit us
constantly
again.
forget because it wasn't a thing when I was playing.
I tried, I called it. The elevator went down, the door closed, and it still has the caution bar, like the caution
Oh, I know
lights
how to
up.
fix that.
Should I call it again?
No, what you do is there's this rules, because if you call it the wrong way, it ends up destroying it. Then you have to claim it. So
Yeah, I'd really rather avoid that.
yeah. So what's happening now? It's underneath the pad because it missed the elevator on the way up. And so what you do is you go to the ASOP terminal and it'll say it's on the pad even though it's not there. So you store it and then don't leave the terminal. Stay in it. And then when it
Mine
finishes
says it is
storing
stored. It still says it's stored. It hasn't called it up yet.
oh, okay, then try just
Yeah,
retrieve.
let's see what happens.
Yeah, the other bug is if you call a ship from the ASOP terminal in the lobby, you get down to your hangar and the pad's up, the ship's not there, but if you look down into the ground, you see the marker of your ship underneath the pad. So what you do there is you go into the ASOP terminal and it says it's on the pad, so you store it, don't leave the terminal, and when it finishes storing it, you get the retrieve button and you retrieve it. But if you store it and then move out of the terminal, then you come back to the ASOP terminal, it says destroyed.
See, this is how your hangar breaks, right? Because, like, I hit retrieve and nothing has happened. Just nothing has happened. So what, am I just totally fucked?
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us again.
Change servers? I don't know. I don't know what the... Call a different ship and then call the Idris?
And if you look down the ground, there's no ship mark. Again, it says it's stored.
Yeah,
so call another ship.
Yeah.
And see if...
Well, that would be 2 million credits worth of stuff set up for no reason. Alright, now let's call the Hornet back. Alright, let's call something a little bigger. Let's call the C2 up.
Well, it could also be the servers, because I haven't done... All I've done is I've taken off and landed. So I don't know if this server...
Alright, so that works. So the C2 marker appeared, and now it's coming up.
Okay. Alright, so maybe just needed a... Or maybe this... What you haven't learned yet is CIG doesn't like when you pre-prepare ships. For the multiplayer play that they crave, but
right.
They won't do anything to support. Alright, the moment of truth. Can I get this goddamn surge on? They spent $30,000 on all these surges. Haven't done anything but keep putting them inside the hangar floor. Okay, there it is, green. Nice! Yeah, you gotta unlock those ports just like every time. I think, and actually, I think any time I've attached something to my ship, you've been with me, so you always give me that. Remember to unlock your ports. In fact, I was blaming you guys when I did it because I put those little like 4 steps that I had to do to get the ore bags on, and you guys and I didn't put the step of unlocking ports in there, and you guys didn't say anything. So I thought, yep, they screwed me. But yeah, at least I figured that out before I tried to put the ore bags on, because those were like 28K a piece. I would have hated to fuck with those and then dropping one of those to the floor.
Right.
While I was fucking around. But I thought I was going to get 96, and I only got 48, but then when I did the math, I thought, oh, that's exactly what I'm supposed to get. Because the mist bags are 8, and the
let's try this again. Wow, it's not even... Come on. Use the fleet manager.
Welcome to
Fuck is going on? Alright, Idris P, retrieve.
select your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Okay, elevator going down.
At least
Please
that
visit us again.
it's responding to your actions now. That's better. Oh, but it hasn't got to the point where it stops signaling.
Okay, bay doors closing. Takes a long time in the extra large hangar.
Oh yeah. Just wait for the animation. Wait, let me go double save in the Moby Glass. It's just have it set up with a surge on it. I can get one for free.
C2 disappeared. And nothing has happened. Come on. Ah, there we go. Okay, it popped in this time.
Oh yeah, in fact, if there's something wrong with like you setting up the ship like you did, then the game is much more fucked than we ever dreamed. With IDRIS, that's exactly what you're supposed to do. Like put a couple of ships on and get it ready. You have it, ready for an org or something.
Yeah. Now, it doesn't say anything about the other ships being on board, so I'll have to look at that when we get inside.
But that would be you would at least want maybe 2 ships of your own on board, because then you could just have it
Yeah.
ready for you and a friend at least, and then maybe some other friends show up with ships. But you might want to leave the initial port with like 2 people already on it.
I just heard something explode.
I think I heard that in the background too.
I don't know if that was just somebody ramming into their landing pad somewhere else, or if that was like something on board the IDRIS.
Yeah, in fact, last night I was at one of the distribution centers, and I always use those internal, the internal hangars.
Mm-hmm.
I figured those freight elevators work better because they're just a copy of the normal hangar freight elevator, not those outdoor freight elevators like at the outposts that are a little bit more funky. So I always use that, and plus I figured that those distribution centers, there's missions going on there, so maybe some guy would get bored and want to come over and fuck with me just because he was bored. So I was in there unloading my cargo or loading it up, and with the from my raft tractor beam, and all of a sudden all the turrets in that place lit up, and you could see someone was coming in without permission, but it was and I forgot how many turrets that place has because it's got all the turrets on the facility, and there's a ring of turrets around it, I think.
All right, we're good. The ships are on here.
Right, in fact, I'm just double saving my.
Yeah, I mean, and I'll take off, and we can find somewhere probably
Yeah, I figured
in
just
zero
meet
G
at
for you to get on board, or
we'll just meet at a OM marker again.
yeah.
In fact, I almost thought I didn't have to come down to, because I thought as soon as you logged in, you'd be at Orson, I'd be at Everest, and we'd just like meet at like OM5 again, and then I could land for the first time on the carrier deck, just in a mining ship, not a fighter.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds great. Let's close
And
rear
once I
hangar
came down here,
doors.
'cause I specifically wanted to get 5 of these 20 that are locked down here, so I have to come down with a bigger backpack. But the one thing I still want, which they're making it very hard, is I want to be able to mine and haul cargo in some industrial-looking clothing with maybe like a hard hat on. But I can't wear a max lift tractor beam on my back if I need to do a little bit of jostling with my raft cargo grid. So I like to take that out with me when I work the hangar, just to make sure that there's not a stray box that I missed, or like when I'm if I have to adjust anything before I start loading the next batch.
Yeah.
But I can't wear like that max lift on your back with any kind of clothing or vest or jacket that I know of. They never have a hard point or an attachment point for max lift. Icebox. Yeah, so I got all stealth components on my prospector, but I got the 3 palisades instead, just for extra shield in case I blow up any asteroids that I'm too close. Oh, there's Hofstad and Surge. Yeah, I decided to start with this Hofstad because it's gonna give me fatter window. But I'm gonna pay for it with I'm gonna find a lot of rocks that say impossible. I'm guessing. But I thought this would give me a chance to kind of warm up a little bit with my mining skills, and then and actually see how many big rocks versus medium versus small rocks I actually do see out in the wild.
I thought the ship's VTOL thruster rotated. Maybe not.
The IDRISs?
Yeah, I thought they did, but they're not. They're not rotating.
Yeah, in fact, I saw that video of it because last night in fact, it's damn fun. Came into Farns, Farnsdale, Farnsworth, whatever that place is called, and just it was the first time was at night and just a fucking hella rainstorm. I couldn't see the facility at all until I was pretty much coming into the hangar, inside of it. So in fact, if I didn't see I had to put a mission marker on it to kind of use it as an ILS to get me even close to the place. And then once I called for a hangar, then I got the hangar mark, which kind of guided me over close to that, and then I could finally the facility came in through the rain. And that was damn fun. And the winds were blowing. I was getting buffeted all around. And what I noticed is I had to use the VTOL thrusters for the first time because without them and a fully loaded raft, I was bobbing and weaving like AU when he's drunk. And then I put the VTOL thrusters down. It didn't remove all of it, but it really settled it down. And I noticed especially down on Hurston's, the kind of planet, that seemed to also be the same case. Is if I was in a gravity, like in a planet-sized gravity, not moon-sized gravity, and with the windstorm going on, the VTOL thrusters made a noticeable difference. And I was happy about that because I've always wanted to have a reason to use those things. I used to have a lot of ships, like even like the Cutlass Black that used to have them, but I never ever used them because I'd turn them on, turn them off, and I couldn't tell if they were on or off. So I thought, well, I'm not going to go through the trouble of moving them every time if nothing happens. So all right, double saved and.
Yep, just getting airborne at 70 kilometers or 70 meters a second. Took off into a nice rainstorm.
Yeah, I'm loving the weather more than when they said they were adding. I thought, oh shit, it's kind of like the clouds are kind of nice to look at, but they're gonna ruin my frame rate, and I'm gonna have to turn the weather effects way down to keep my frame rate up. But I've actually, because it actually has gameplay. The clouds are pretty to look at, and actually I do like them. The more I played with them, turning them off now would make me mad. But the weather I like because you can feel it when you're flying. And the faster you go, like when I was in some of my fighters, if I went really fast, I could feel myself getting out of control. And if I slowed down a little bit, I got that control back. So I thought, okay, that actually makes sense. That's fun. So yeah, the weather and it looked really good, even though I couldn't see a goddamn thing. And I came in during the daytime too, because I did the circuit. I did it twice. Actually, it was damn profitable. It was $1 million per round. 3 stops on a round trip from Everest to Everest, and $1 million. But I think it took me over half an hour, maybe even 45 minutes to set up the first one. So I had to go up and down the mission list several times to make sure I had
All right.
missions, and I had to call them up in the elevator in a specific order because they were mixed sets of cargo that overlapped. So I couldn't just look at I had titanium going to several different places with different numbers, and like I was telling Mantis, which he disagreed on, but I've proved it to myself twice, is each cargo set, like if you have 2 missions with titanium into both ones, is it matters which actual box of titanium you came up the freight elevators, the one you have to turn in at the right place. You can't just say all titanium boxes are equal. Enter pilot seat. Yeah, so I made $2 million, which was enough to get my prospector and all kitted out, and still have $1 million left over.
Yeah, that's nice. Alright, I'm up high enough to get to an orbital marker. That took
I
it
might be there,
sweet.
and I'm just
That took a lot of time.
yes, because Idrises are not.
Yeah,
But I noticed
she's slow.
that new loading screen they had this that newspaper kind of style they're using. So we got the June Terra Gazette now. This patch is they put the newspaper is kind of at an angle. And so a couple times when I'm loading the game, I just gotta sit down on my computer and I reach to adjust my monitor. So I'm like, oh, I've knocked my monitor and it's askew. It's like, oh no, that's just a picture on the screen. But yeah, when the rainstorm both at night and day, the effects look really good. From the cockpit, it looked really good. Because you could see the clouds kind of moving past your windshield as you were drilling through it. So both the raindrops you could see, and you're just kind of like these puffy, kind of rain clouds. You're kind of like moving through them.
Alright,
So,
I
and then I
also have our location picked out. We're gonna do
oh
some
good,
mining.
yeah.
I found a place that has allegedly 24% Terranite. Allegedly.
Yeah, so that's another thing I have to learn is like it's gold, Terranite, Bexilite are the tier ones,
Yeah.
and then the quantum and
Rickite, Stellaron. Well, Quantanium you can get anywhere, and then Stellaron and Rickite are only in Pyro.
well, in fact, that's my goal. I want to take. I thought I'd go out once or twice here in Stanton and just make sure that I like the way I set up my prospector, and then I want to uh, hop my Corsair, fly out there. Excuse me, and call the prospector out there, and I want to try to do Stellarite and Richterite or whatever the other one is. The S and R tier 0 ores.
Let
And
me
those
head
sound really
down and
good.
open up that rear cargo bay for you.
I like the way Quantanium was, because it was challenging to mine, because it had a lot of instability and resistance and stuff, so you had to kind of be on your game. But the thing I didn't like about it, which you kind of got old after a while, was that timer. And I think it was only 15 minutes when I was playing. So you'd crack a rock, you'd have to like immediately look for all the 100% pieces, scoop them up, and then run like hell back to the refinery. And I think my prospector, I was the quickest of getting in and out of any ship I owned, because I had done it so much. But I could land and get out of the seat and get out of the door and into the elevator on the station damn quick. But I didn't. So I like the idea of being able to like mine those other tier 0 ores and kind of staying out there, and
Yeah.
especially with now that I have more capacity with 48, you might want to you can be more picky and only fill up half the tank on an asteroid cluster and then go out and look for another one. Now let's look for which. Oh yeah, Mark, I didn't ask you. I was assuming 5.
You're here. You're with me. You're like 3
Oh,
kilometers
there you
away.
are, Mr.
Yeah,
Quick.
we're close.
I didn't even look. I saw a ship next to me, but I just thought it was some old random reclaimer looking to salvage me. Oop, space break it. Then
I mean, I'm pretty sure
guess
you could ram me full speed without any consequence on my end.
yeah, but I bet it would hurt my ship.
Oh, I'm sure it would
I got those Palisades,
total
which is
you.
the strongest I can get, but I don't think they're that strong.
Alright, let's get that rear hangar door open.
Now you can close that and lock it down. Oh yeah, there it is opening.
Yep. Well, so there's a
Like
control room, and that the consoles up here can open the front and back without having to open all the other doors. Pretty
oh, it's
nice.
got little landing approach lights on
Yeah.
that door.
Oh, just be really careful coming in, because if you bump the ship, the auto turrets are going to kill you. I should probably have stayed in nav mode before we tried this. But yeah,
Kevin,
it was doable.
I have my shields up. Does that
I think it only matters if you get registered as hostile for some reason, which you should be okay, I hope.
Actually, let me take a quick look at external to see how I'm lined up. Ooh, I'm a little bit low. Tilt up a little bit, make sure my mining laser doesn't drag the deck. Mission alert.
Yep, you look like you're all good.
Yep.
Good clearance, top and bottom.
Like, slow down.
All right, you're through the air shield. You're good.
I wonder if I should flip around. Oh, I guess we'll be leaving at the same
Yeah,
time.
we can both go out the front, because what I'll do is I'll use that rear hatch behind the bridge to come back into the ship and close it behind us.
You're lined up just like we're a squadron of miners.
Still trying to learn my way around here.
Actually, I'm not bobbing and weaving inside this ship at all, which is nice. Because I wanted to do a precision lineup. Down. Keep right behind yours so they look good. There. Don't have any fancy paint like yours, though.
That's the event paint from the last, I forget what it was, Supply or Die, I think is where that one came from. Right,
Oh
there's
yeah,
the
I've heard you
docking
talk about that. It
collar.
was like a big money maker.
Yeah, I mean, once I realized what was going on, I didn't keep running the cargo routes because you were making like 15, 20 million per trip. You know, and it was just like an easy haul from like a space station across the system.
Oh yeah, so I was feeling cheesy then.
Yeah, so like after my second trip, I was like, all right, I got like 30 million credits. I can be done. I can do the other version. You know, so I did like the salvage version and the other ones that paid a little less.
In fact, should I turn my systems off, or does that matter? Because I guess my shields are on inside here.
You know, I don't know.
Did you turn your systems on or off? Because normally I just turn
You know, I'm not sure, and I haven't been in the ship since I parked them and brought the ship back up, so I'm not
Here, let me get back. I'll
not
turn the whole
100%
thing off.
on it. Yeah, I don't see why turning it off would matter. It would be fine either way, I think.
There's no turrets inside here that can shoot me, right?
No.
I thought with my turrets off, maybe my ship will just get destroyed.
Yeah,
rather
and
than-
I'm looking at them, and they're inert right now. They're still.
Yeah, but actually, I'm glad that you have that golem, because I might want to take that out for like a short run also, just to try it out since you have it here handy. Like I said, I want to learn to like that ship because it looks like it's got a helix laser on it, but you kind of a bastardized one. So it's like a helix laser with some of the characteristics of that.
Yeah, I think it's a Rieger and a Focus I put on there, or two Riegers, I forget.
It's got two slots. Where's the door?
All right, initiating jump.
If I get out of the hangar.
There's some doors on the sides. Yeah.
Oh, these blast doors?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
One of them should be open, or one of them should be. Maybe they closed in the jump. I don't know.
Let me see if I remember my way around this bad boy from that one. I thought they had removed that big building in. Oh, here's the control room. In ArcCorp, they had to go to ArcCorp to get one of the components. It was there, Grim Hex. Oh yeah, I thought I had figured out something cool that I was going to take salvage missions. I can see your markers. I'll move that way. This is a big boy.
I know. There's so much space to navigate around in. It feels crazy doing it with two people, but since we've only got it for 2 more days, or 3 more days, it's like, might as well use it.
Oh wait, I passed you. Are you in the bridge?
Yeah, I'm up in the bridge.
Oh, I was running the wrong direction. I think. No, wait. Cargo bay. Oh, bridge. I missed the sign. Yeah, here. I was looking for the. Because on the deck below you, I thought there's gotta be a ladder here coming up soon.
Seems actually got a pretty fast quantum drive.
Bridge. Here I am. Nice. A big old bridge.
I know, it's a proper bridge.
Yeah, Okay, I'll sit in the captain's chair again.
There you
Be like
go.
Ahmed.
All right, so this is one of those mining bases where you can do like the patrol missions, but it
Yep.
says that this has 24% Terranite, 11% Bexelite, and 13% gold. So I feel like we'll get good stuff here. So what I'm thinking is, you know,
Oh,
we
geez,
either,
places. I wonder if people will show up and try to salvage us.
well, I'll leave the shields up and the ship can defend itself.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Um,
They'd have to
the only thing is, right, so this would work a lot smoother with like somebody on board the ship to open and close the doors every time we needed to come back and change mining modules. So we'll have to do it the slow way where we like come in the docking collar, go all the way down, open the exterior, right? It's like kind of a hassle.
Or we can just kind of fly up next to kind of like you do with the 890 jump.
Yeah.
Just float over to it and then grab what we need. So I wore a backpack just because I have to carry surges.
Yeah, my thinking is that we'll park kind of on the outskirts of this big asteroid field and then just fly around in our regular ships.
What
You
I was
know,
gonna say is
miners.
I've been using these places with my Vulture as great salvage places. Because like I said, the missions run here, so there was always ships
Yeah.
to salvage here. So that's one downside is Stanton is so crowded.
Yeah, I
That
don't think we have to worry all that much though about like getting ganked. I think we'll be fine.
yeah, in fact, what I found is I was out here in my Vulture, and like I said, I found ships to salvage every time, and sometimes bigger ships. Like I found like a 600i, which got me more than topped off. 'Cause I did a terrapin first, and the terrapin's actually really good. 'Cause I guess it's got thick armor, so that translates into a lot more RCM. But while I was out here, when I first got out here, I saw a player just finishing a mission because I could see the two ships fighting, and then he flew off. So I came and started salvaging, and while I was salvaging, two other players jumped in and flew right over to me, and kind of sat there and watched me for a second. And I figured that they were just doing those, kind of yellow and orange missions, and they just saw the activity and like, oh, let me watch the salvage ship. That kind of it might look cool to kind of just as something to watch for a second before you fly off. But each time I kind of had my fingers ready to like jump out of there quick if the gunfire started.
Right.
And I didn't even target the ship to see what kind of ship it was because I was focusing on salvaging. And you kind of get into that mow the grass kind of mentality where you have to keep your pattern going. If I hear, let me grab my drink.
Yeah, get yourself sorted now. Yeah, I think this is a good spot. I think this will work. You just stay out here, out of everybody's way. Maximum shields. Okay. Yeah. Let me look at this rear entryway here.
All right, I'm back.
I don't know if this rear docking collar works right now. It does not seem functional. I was just checking out this docking collar in the back. But I can just use the other one. Wherever that is. Alright.
Yeah, the last time we played together, I just was finishing. I have this like single cup French press,
Mm-hmm.
and so I just made a single cup like of coffee in that French press. and then I looked over and I saw you coming
Oh,
online.
do you want
I
to set your
clicked this
spawn?
one. Oh yeah,
Yeah, let's do it this way.
that's a good idea. Because just like the other mining thing, I would have not done it even though I was right next to a med bay. I had never set it. It was gonna be floating face down.
Well, you know, you do run about half a kilometer along the ship. Here we are. Pick your bed.
Digital medical assistant, regeneration, IDRIS P. Yeah, I've been disappointed in seeing like the first couple times I played no room 0 at Everest, and
Oh,
then
that's still on there?
last night double room 0s,
That sucks.
and then I got on today to go by my prospector, and I tried to get on, Mantis was on, so I tried to get on his server, but it was full, so I got on the Australian server, and it had one room 0, but one was still patient check-in. So it's definitely server dependent. And I've heard people talk about that that they've seen it in and it looks like, which I'm trying to understand, it looks like it's because I've seen people complain about it at every location. Tressler, Bengini, so it's not just Everest only. So it happens at all. But I saw a
Good.
nice meme shot. It was a guy saying, "I finally found
You want to
room
go for the
0."
golem? You want to give it a try?
Actually, I'm excited to try out this thing that I've set up all day.
Yeah.
Like I said, I set it up just kind of watching some mining videos on changes since I last played, and looking at a lot of stats. I came up with this loadout, and I thought this is going to be a nice starter loadout. But yeah, I saw that meme shot. Is a guy? So it says, "I finally found room 0," and it was someone had spawned in an Ursa, like in one of the kind of lobbies of one of the orbital stations. So you're kind of sitting there with its back door open. That's room 0 that no one could find. Yeah.
Mm. Ooh, the front is a much tighter fit than the back. Right? Nice. Now let me go find that docking bay or docking collar and get back in and close the ship for us. Pull your
Landing gear up.
landing gear up, yeah.
Yeah, it is tight. Actually, make sure to track. Let me back up a little bit. Hope this is not the end of my journey.
Yeah, it's weird that you'd get stuck like that when I just flew through it.
Why did I have so my 2 back landing gear looks like they have caught on a little. Oh, there we go. Popped off the deck there. They're up. Okay, there. Yeah, I thought, God damn it! I hope I didn't get like perma-snagged on something. Now I'm gliding right out.
Down, close the door, back to the docking bay. A little bit more friction than the other one, but
All right, if I hear me,
I guess I could have tried booting up a different account on the laptop. Alright, close front hangar doors. Let's start looking for minables.
check out. Let me try my. What's the? How do you? Actually, I'm in scan, so it's. I thought it was mouse wheel that would give you my different degrees of scanning.
Yeah, it should. That's what I've heard.
Alt mouse wheel? No. Yeah, I'm on 90% or 90 degrees. Strong singles. I'll just get closer.
You must maybe you changed something when you did your joystick, or
Oh. Yeah, I should go check my bindings. No, because I switched to, well, I was in 411 when they had the other one, which was on the kind of right-hand side, kind of going up and down like the clock circle. And all my ships work except for my Drake Cutter. It was locked on the narrowest beam possible. So when I used it to go out and do gem mining, I had to kind of weave back and forth to kind of, because I would normally have set it like at 90 degrees like this. So I'm kind of looking in front of me and not, behind me. But then I used to like to zoom in on them and, okay, it resolved into rocks, and I can go like mining mode and see what it is, right?
wow, there's a lot of markers out here. Went 8 kilometers down, and yep, I got a ship marker. So, all right, 1720, which would be Beryl Laranite S-type rock. Let's check it out.
I got a P-type. It was 1750, I think.
That would be Laranite, probably.
Hasn't resolved yet. I got. Do I have to scan it properly? I went into mining mode too early.
I don't know. You might be able to scan it in mining mode. I haven't tried. I mean, it's been so long since I've done any mining.
Well, that's what the way I used to do it. Was you would pick up the thing and then, but if you did it right, you could. So I just scanned it. Scanned. Oh, but then yeah, the only way it'll tell you is you have to be in.
Fracturing mode on.
Composition, 100% inert materials.
100% inert. I got a P type also 100% inert.
All right. Well. Uh-oh.
I hope that's a sign of the success of our journey.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Do I still have a marker for the? Yes, I do. Right. I'm thinking this will work.
Here's something 8 away. This is a 1900. Yes, I got to make sure they're not panels.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that.
I guess they're easy. It's because that multiples of 2000. There's no combination of asteroids that gives you multiples of 2000.
All right, got a couple of Q types over here.
So those used to be the Quantanium. I didn't, but they should probably have called up that.
Wow, this one 100% inert. Is something wrong here? What is going on? Scan this other one.
Place is mined through. Someone
Here we
came
go.
beat us to our claim.
Borace, quartz. Where is Borace? Is that B tier?
Well, the Q type used to be Quantanium. Is that still, does it have any?
Oh, here we go. It came in. Terranite, quartz, inert materials, and then Borace, quartz, and inert materials. I'll take the Terranite. Well, no, because that's not how it is anymore.
Oh, so Q used to mean that was going to be it. It would still have other things in it like quartz and borate, but it was going to have at least 1% Quantanium in it.
All right. Now this says impossible with a mass of 24,000, but let's see.
What's your loadout?
Focus Rigor on a Helix 1.
Yeah, so I thought that and like a surge focus. Oh, here. A surge focus is you'd be able to go up to like high 20s if some of the information I was reading was right. But with my load, I'm supposed to have anything 17 would be my max possible, and you're probably at 15. I'd probably run out of steam. Surging it. Oh, yeah, I got a Impossible gold titanium inner, 30% gold. Like, heard gold is a bitch to mine. But I was gonna have to use one of those like saber mining gadgets to do it with my loadout. Yeah, it's an E-type gold. Oh, I wanted to see the mass of it.
Yeah, I don't
So
think we'll be able to
getting an idea.
open this one up.
Yeah, this is 16.8. So yeah, this is at the top of my range with a high resistant item that I knew I wasn't gonna cut through. Yeah, so my numbers look like they work so far. Oh, I should have. I guess I can use the sun. Gotta make sure I don't fly in a circle. Yeah, all my old like tricks are not gonna work. So I used to use like a quantum target to keep my bearings. So I'd always try to fly towards it. But with SCM, you don't get those markers. You know, you can't see those markers.
Yeah, but if we do find quant, I don't know if we can, like, if we just pull the bag off, will it work now? I don't know what the rules are anymore. You know, will the bag explode? Do we have to take it to the refinery directly?
Well, I was gonna skip quant just for that reason. I
Yeah,
figured
that's fine, I think.
there's too many unknowns for it that will interrupt our play.
Alright, let's,
You don't want to fly the IDRIS all the way back to some place just because you opened the bag.
Mining mode on.
There's a Type S.
Mining mode off.
Oh,
Mining mode on.
Alright,
I wasn't mining.
On.
again, this one.
An impossible laranite titanium.
Gold
For
corundum.
15K.
Yeah, I wonder if we should be mining on planetary surfaces. If everything here is meant for bigger ships. Here we go, I got a laranite corundum I can mine.
Yeah, I think just because with my setup, I knew I was going to run into a lot of rocks that were uncrackable for me. So I'm not scared yet.
A laranite corundum. Alright, I'll mine some of these just because we're here.
I kept on going in and out of mining mode to paying, and I realized I didn't have to do that. Actually, flying too slow too. Being extra gingerly with my new ship. Fun so far. I've been wanting. This is the only game loop that I have not been able to play ever since my return, and it's one that I used to use a lot back in the day. Feels good to be back in the seat of a prospector. I feel like a rookie again. It's actually been nice about coming back. Is there's times like I feel like real. Oh, this looks like a big boy. Type S.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of desync too, where like I'll be in the optimal range and then it'll make the scanning sound and I'll suddenly be in the overcharge range.
It's impossible. Oh, 24.5 gold, terranite, titanium. 35%. It's like, oh, yeah, 35 gold, 35 terranite. Like 30 titanium, and only had like less than 1% inert. I don't remember rocks with that little inert before.
Got him. How do I switch mining modes now?
Used to be right click.
Yeah, but right click does this zoom in.
If fact, now that you mentioned it, I remember in one of the like mining videos I was watching, the guy did say what it was, and I thought I gotta remember that because it changed.
Left alt mouse button 1. Yep, there we go.
Oh, so it's just the same as the, isn't that what it is in the Geo also?
Yeah.
At least that's good. They kind of.
Alright, so I'm going to try to avoid anything with inert materials. Even if that means leaving a lot of stuff behind.
Yeah, and did they ever tell you what that little back hatch for the Prospector is? The Prospector's always had that, because I was searching all over for internal storage.
What back? I don't
right
even
at
know
the
what
back-
back hatch you're talking about.
If you go to the back of the Prospector, there's an interaction marker there, and you can pull down this thing, and it comes. Oh, I got an easy one. 20%, 21% Terranite, 61% cornium. So yeah, I'm gonna try this one. It's only, oh, it's an 888. Little, oh, it's extractable. That's purple, right?
Yeah.
Are you ready to extract? Yeah, I don't want that. My first success, and I'm passing it up. Only after the good stuff.
Yeah, I don't think we should waste time with any inert materials or anything. Got a lot of mining to do. We shouldn't waste any space for it.
Well, you have extra Argo bags, right?
Oh yeah, I've got. Well, I thought I had 16, but I think I only have 12.
Oh, because I destroyed some of them, put them into the.
I don't.
Wait,
No, I don't know that's what happened. I might have just miscalculated.
Surprised that my surge dropped to the. Cause I hadn't seen that. Well, I hadn't seen that in 4.2 yet. You know, my handful of hours playing it. I lost 1 or 2 items into the. I lost some cargo hauling cargo. Just from my tractor, I unstuck it from the raft, and it went from the cargo grid right under the floor. My beam turned red, and then it dropped it. I thought I didn't do anything different. I was hoping that they had. I saw a video on how to load. How you used to have to load these Argo beds, but it was like it was in the 3.21 or something, and the guy had to call up 2 Argo pods at a time. Well, first he had to shoot the little, he had to take the mist bags off and then shoot those little racks and take them off the Prospector. Then he had to call up. Oh, it's another pickupable one. It's immediately purple. T-type. Episanonite and copper. Two things I don't want. But all these like pre-fractured rocks, it's like someone else came by and cracked all these things and left it.
And that could totally be it. Maybe this is a good location given the Terranite spawn rates, and so it draws a lot of people in.
But I've only found like one at a time. And I know even like planetary mining is, they immediately give you rocks that are pickupable, which that was a new thing. They didn't used to do that. You always required at least 1 crack. But yeah, the way he had to work with the cargo elevators back then, he had to put like 2 Argo bags on at a time, because if you didn't, as soon as you touch it with the tractor beam, it would drop through, and only the very tippy top of the cargo or the ore bag was sticking out. But if you put 2 on the elevator, they ended up like spawning within each other. So then you could hit it with the tractor beam enough that the other one would block its fall, and you could drag it out before it would drop. But if you didn't do it perfectly, it would still drop down. Ooh, a 40,000 one.
I mean, we could try teaming up on some of these.
Oh, this one's this I would have loved to see this one in the past. It's 42% quant, 50% titanium, but I would have like a 40% quant rock. Those are my dreams, and I used to only get 10k of quant rock, so this would have been This would have been perfect back in the day. Of my Halo mining. Actually, I found this gameplay kind of fun. It seems like it should be boring, but I would go out and sometimes you'll scan for 15, 20 minutes and find a miracle rock right off the bat, but other times I'd be out there like an hour.
Right.
You're just scanning, nothing happening. You think, yeah, that shouldn't be fun, but I had fun at it. It seemed like I kept going back for more. E-type. It used to be as soon as in the past, as soon as I saw the type, I would know exactly what was in it. And I can't see. Oh, that's another 100% inert, but it's a pick-upable one. What was this mass? Well, been like 888. Oh, this is 1500. Oh wait, it just changed. There might be more than one thing here. Oh, this is an easy 30% gold, 60% quartz.
Right.
I'm gonna crack this one just for practice. See if I get
Gold is
maybe a
fine.
piece. Well, I say if I get a piece with where all the gold comes. I noticed there's a stat that I didn't know what it meant. So I finally it was cluster percentage, I think. So I finally found someone that would explain that to me, or you found a video that said it's how much the stuff clusters together.
Oh, so
So
like if you'll get like one rock that's like 99% something.
yeah. So if it's say like 30% materials in there and it breaks into 4 pieces, they'll kind of run to their partners. All right. So let's see. I'm in the get to the optimal range. And this is only 1500. So I should. Oh, I gotta check all my bindings. Laser power. But I haven't got my optimal. I mean my charge window hasn't popped up yet. My no charge window. Have you been getting? Yeah, I've seen charge windows on other rocks. Oh, this
Yeah, it
is.
might just be.
Oh, it's immediately extractable.
Oh, well, there you go.
So should I get a 30% gold, 60% quartz?
Sure, why not?
Good enough to
You can always just not refine the quartz.
Yeah, let's see. So, or was it left alt? Yeah, there you go. My first extraction. I'm mining, baby.
Get it?
Up to that moment, I was just wasting time out here, not making money. Yeah, that thing that Mantis found last night seemed like it'd be very cool for group mining, where you can just pull the IDRIS in and mine and refine everything in it. The one thing he didn't get to test, which we thought ended up being a good question, is everything in his ship he owned. So all the bags, all the ships. So I thought if like in this case is you own almost everything, but my prospector's in there also. Can you refine everything in your ship and my prospector all with one click, or we'll get everything but my stuff?
Yeah, I don't know actually. I hadn't thought
so
very much about how that process is going to work, if I'm
what
honest.
he figured out is he didn't even know that either, because in his test he owned everything. So if we try it this time, we can actually figure that out.
I was thinking we would go somewhere and like switch all the cargo pods to a cargo ship, and then take that ship to it. Hey, if you want to come to me, I have more Terranite than I'm going to be able to fit.
Okay, yeah. I'm just scanning.
And then the alternate is Borace.
Oh, this is another. Oh, 15. Yeah, I'm getting like this is 16,000, so it's just outside of my range.
Because I know if I leave here, I'm not going to be able to fit anymore. Like, I'm not
Yeah,
going to be able to come
oh,
back to this spot.
why is this one impossible though? This is trash. It's iron and that heptacite. 0% resistance, instability 124.
Mining mode
But it's 16,000. So I guess that's still just at the high end.
mining mode on.
Let me find your marker. Where are you? Oh, there's the blue triangle. Yeah, sometimes those little hints, like I miss on the side of my screen.
Yeah, so this was just the first of several asteroids right here. I found a cluster of 3. And this one had a bunch of Terranite and Borace, but also a bunch of quartz, so it's going to fill me up before I can get all the Terranite out.
When the nav modes, I can zoom over quicker.
Warning. Power.
Yeah, there's a few things that still trip me up.
Power critical.
It's like sometimes I forget that nav and SEM switch if I'm not like thinking. So I find myself going a longer distance than I should in SEM mode, and then about just as I'm getting close, like, oh shit, man, I should have gone to nav like 5 minutes ago. You know, things that have changed since in the last 2 years. I like that, and that port lock I know is going to screw me a couple times.
Extraction mode on.
Yeah, some of my speed and jump speed isn't the best in this ship, but it's I think my signature is like 10-10 for IR and EM, and the prospectors. Oh wait, there it is. 10.7, 14.2, and 16.5. So everything's under my cross section,
It's not bad.
and I could get it down to 10-10, but I would have to use those stealth B shields, those Zimmers. But I would have cut my shield strength in half. And I thought, you know, I have been pretty close to a few asteroids when they cracked in the past.
Yeah, so you'll see where I am. There are 2 uncracked asteroids, and then there's this one that I fractured, absorbed what I could. But I
Yep.
think there's still a high amount of Terranite, and I don't actually know what's in these other asteroids. Let me look real quick. This one is Borace and Quartz, and this one is Laranite and Quartz, so it's up to you if you want those. But this fractured one over here, I didn't break the Quartz one that's like 1,000, but there should be 1, 2, 3 Terranite and Borace, which is pretty good. I think that's what this other one is. Yeah, Terranite and Borace all around. Alright, now I'm going to run back to the ship and make my trade.
Yeah, so this one's 75 and it's a medium, Borace and Quartz. But those are. So the best thing is Laranite, and that's like tier 2, right? It's the top of tier 2. I always
Yeah,
like.
just
Laranite
make sure you get the Terranite out of the ones that are nearby
Yeah,
that I
just
left.
turns out that Laranite one, the 50% Laranite, is impossible for me. 13.8 impossible. So that means, yeah, I'm gonna.
It may not be though. Sometimes they'll say impossible, and you can still.
Oh, that's right, because this is not
Do
taking
it.
my surge into account yet.
Yeah, and among other things, there's other stuff that can.
So yeah, but I bet I could crack this one. I might try it just after I clean up your mess here. Let's see what you have. This is. So 3% Terranite, 90% Borace. That seems a little light. What's this one? Oh, here's one just worth crack. This is a 63 Terranite, and it still needs another crack. And my window's not as big as I thought. I saw some guys mining with the Helix, and they had a window that was just, oh, actually, this is before my laser kicks in. But the windows
Yeah, I
were
found it a little
crazy.
finicky. It kind of just pops on and off, and sometimes the charge level really jumps.
Yeah, I'm getting. I think I have some instability because that Hofstad is more of a beginner's laser, so it gives you instability decrease, resistance decrease. Mine's only like 37 instability and 33 resistance. And as soon as I turn my laser on, the optimal window jumps. I think I get like a plus 60% optimal window size with this laser. So I thought that let me refine my skills. I was practicing a lot with gem mining, and I was feeling pretty confident. But I could keep it right at the bottom of the bottom 20% of the charge window. Yeah, like right now I got it just dialed in perfectly.
Nice. The only thing I don't like, and I need to switch, is my speed limiter is set to the same thing as my mining laser power increase. So if I'm having to rapidly decrease power, it will set my speed limiter to 0. And if I screw up too badly and the rock's exploding, my ship won't be able to reverse out of there.
So
that's a fix I need to make.
these are all bunching up a lot. Quartz. Oh, that's what's in my hold. So 7% Terranite in that thing. This is 13 Terranite. This one. Oh, here we go. 88, 89% Terranite. That's worth scooping.
Unlock ports. Don't forget to unlock ports, Quaid.
Yeah, this is actually cool because when I was quantitative mining, I'd have to like survey every single. You had to break the rock all the way down, and then survey each individual component, and I have to keep a little scratch pad next to me.
Yep.
Because I'd have to like write down all the components and look at it and say I want to get like these 3, and then as soon as you grab the first one, you're scrambling to find all the ones that you had pre-surveyed. This is nice because you can just go into extract mode and start surveying them, and as soon as you see something you like, you just grab it. You don't have to. So I hate to have like a piece of paper next to me when I'm playing a video game to write down notes. Oh, here's another 98% Terranite. I'll take that one too. You have a 30% cluster stat. So supposedly I should be able to help cluster stuff together with this laser. But that's a new mechanic. Oh, here's a 66. Yeah, I guess. What's your percentage? That's probably thinking anything over 60 of a tier 1 probably is worth.
Yeah, I mean, I was even taking.
Yeah,
I was taking. I probably should be a little pickier, but I was taking pretty small percentages, honestly. I was like, this is like 20%, and then quartz, and then that's when I realized I was like, oh, I'm gonna need Craig to come over. Yeah, I did a little bit of damage to my ship. I have a torque imbalance myself.
Well, I noticed my optimal range was right on the edge of the danger range. So I was right on the border of that hash marked area. But I was thinking we don't have to be too picky because you got those extra bags, and it'd be actually kind of fun to see the mechanic of of you just the kind of logistics of having to switch bags and how much time does that take and is it worth doing or not?
And it's pretty quick. I've already got my 4 off, and I'm running to the back to grab 4 empties. That's not too crazy.
Yeah, so I came to the conclusion of when putting them on was like lightning fast. After my fiasco with the oh, am I hitting? Oh shit! I gotta watch my situational awareness. Kind of sliding sideways around this boulder to get a nice angle on the rocks, and just drove my ship right into another asteroid nearby me. Alright, so I think all these extractable ones are all too low. Yeah, I thought we don't have to be too picky.
How are you close to being full? I can wait for you to come back.
Oh no, I'm being, like I said, probably overly picky. I'm only 14 and a half out of 48. That's you. I'm gonna crack another one here. Because I think I've only grabbed, except for that very first one, the 30% gold, I've only done things over like 50% Terranite, I think. And where's my infraction mode? Oh, I'm in extraction mode. Glide up. Come on, give me why isn't this rock registering?
Launch sequence complete.
Oh, that's a trick that what was it? You wanna
Landing gear
come out of here and go into fire. 'Cause if you fire into a rock that's troublesome, sometimes it kicks it back into life. Yeah, this rock is right in front of my face, but it's not registering at all. And all the ones around it are.
You know, I could imagine doing this solo, but I think I could do it just as effectively in my Polaris. Would probably be a good way to do this because you need, you know, one ship and then maybe the Golem as a backup you can fit in the lower cargo bay, and then just have all your replacement components and stuff in the cargo bay.
Oh, yeah. I just hit the scan button and the rock I keep trying to get a read on doesn't show up in that cyan color, so it's a dead one.
Might be. Yeah, I don't know how the server conditions are at the moment.
Well, this, I'd normally see rocks. So this is 50% Laranite, and it's impossible. But let me give it a try with one of my surges. Oh, I gotta remember what the button for this, how to activate the surge.
Okay, closing rear hangar. It's a little tedious to have to run all this way to the docking port. If we were in the Halo, I would just leave the ramps open the whole time. It wouldn't matter, but we're in a place where people can come by.
But I think, like you said, it'd be nice if there was a ship that was more like Star Lancer size in the way of interior size, running back and forth. Because the IDRIS, like,
well, that's going to be the Galaxy. It's going to be good for that, but it's not going to be able to fit a bunch of ships. But it's got,
or that Liberator always.
Yeah.
Because it looked like it was small with a lot of, it was almost all deck space. I gotta look up key bindings, advanced mining.
yeah, I think the Liberator will be really good for stuff like this.
But
again, I don't know how you keep it safe, right? Like, with this ship, if we left the doors open, somebody could come land and fly away with it, right? With the Liberator, somebody could come land on your deck, and presumably walk into your ship and fly away with it. Whereas the Polaris would be like this, where you'd have to like close the hangar bay after you left.
Yep.
Unless you can lock doors, right? Or you can open, if you could open and close doors remotely from your ship, right? Something like that. So you could fly up to your mothership and be like, "Hey, Idris, open your hangar doors, fly in," right? Then it would work nicely. It'd be seamless.
Alright, so this is gonna be my good test. It's a 14K rock, 12% resistance. This is impossible. I'm at optimal, inch a little bit closer. Perfect optimal range now. This is what I would do with before with the quantum rock. I get in with 100% laser, wouldn't do anything, but then I'd hit the surge, and I could get it up into the window. Then once it got some charge into it, it'd stay charged. Here's my first surge. I like the effects of the surge. Oh yeah, here it goes. Climbing right up.
Are you getting full? Do you want me to come to the same area you're at, or should I just start going in a different direction?
Yeah, but I think this was the only. Oh, yep. One surge didn't do it. Now it's dropping off. Let me try another one. I think I have to get up into the window, and then it'll stick in line a little bit more.
What's on that rock? What kind is it?
It's 50% layer night, so it's not even that. Okay, I'm in there. I'm charging, but it's gonna drop off. Yep, it is beyond my capability. But it's the only thing. Did they ever fix this? Because like the surge has like either 5 or 6 fires. Yeah, and it doesn't tell you how many you've used. I gotta remember. So this is good. This tells me that I'm gonna have to switch to the. Oh, I lost my direction now.
You might try the golem, right? It's technically got a little bit more powerful of a mining laser.
Yeah. Actually, and you're in the direction that we came.
Yes. Oh, it doesn't give you the marker for my ship, does it?
Oh, let me look. Yeah, I see you, but I don't. Oh, wait, here's a ship marker.
Yeah, it should be KR 8503DL.
I have just like a white ship marker. Are you next to your ship?
No, I'm about 9 kilometers from it.
Oh, but you're in a ship. That ship marker is for your ship. Yes, I don't see.
Yeah, if you fly toward me, you should be able to see an IDRIS. I didn't think about that.
I'm thinking those are all the asteroids I've already scanned. You pick a new direction and head out into the. But yeah, that's a good point. Is
Extraction mode on.
this laser might just be too weak for a miner of my capabilities.
Yeah, you need the big boy laser. Hey, Terranite and Corundum.
Fracturing mode on.
Well, this tells me I definitely want to change. Well, I guess, but I can buy all these. I keep forgetting that you can actually get stuff in Pyro. I keep thinking it's a wasteland out there. But I noticed I could have bought my prospector out there.
Yeah, I need Pyro to go back to being a wasteland one day. I liked that original lore.
E-typer. What's it gonna give me? I mean, that's what the other thing I like is because you kind of like the loot box effect. Is you kind of, as you're waiting for the scan to come through, you're like, come on, give me something sweet. Barrel. Is barrel? That's a tier 1, isn't it? Is it? No, Vexilite is barrel.
I don't remember. I'll have to look at the chart in a minute when I'm done breaking this asteroid.
Yeah, it's Vexilite. I'm almost sure. It's Terranite, Vexilite, Gold.
Yeah, every asteroid I break hurts me, even though I'm not in the red zone. I'm not sure what to make of that.
Yeah, that's
It
why I
is
decided to get the
Bexalite
pal-
is the high tier one.
What shields do you have on yours?
It's all stock. I only did the mining head.
Oh. Yeah, Crew L4 has got it's got those palisades, which are nice. This is Boris Tungsten.
Extraction
Oh, but it's
mode
26.
on.
It's right here. Yeah, because when I was looking, I started looking at like the refinery, buffs and nerfs, and I noticed all the refineries in Pyro are all negative, but there's two, the two new tier 0 minerals they actually don't get a a plus or minus modifier on refining, but everything else does. So like Terranite, Bexlite is all like -1 or 2%. Or if you look at like Stanton, a lot of the buffs are positive. So I was thinking I might end up with wanting to like mine a bunch and dropping it off at a place like your checkpoint, and then you're flying back and refining in Stanton. What's this one? Oh, this might be a fun one. It's almost 60% Laranite, so it's high end of tier 2.
I mean,
Saying
get,
it's
get what you want.
impossible,
It
but
doesn't have to be perfect. We could just get what you'd enjoy.
I'm more interested in like testing out the laser, because this is 88. It's 888.2, so it should be well within in my weight category.
Because like I'm getting a bunch of corundum just because it's mixed in with Terranite, and that's like a 3rd tier. That's lower than Laranite.
Got a big window. Got even a bigger window. All right, let's see if I can 100% this is possible. Come on. Growing, yeah. This thing is gonna crack, even though it says it's impossible. Already halfway towards the charge window. My charge was huge.
Fracturing mode.
Yeah, so where's it getting that impossible rating from?
I don't
Seems
know.
like it just was totally lying to me.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode on.
It just filling up slow, but off of the charge now. Not even have to use a surge on it. So like this is the rock where like the rigger would have been perfect, just that extra 35%. But the surge also gives you a nice resistance drop also. So not only get the laser boost, but you get the resistance drop as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right, window charging on an impossible rock with no module used.
There you go. And what's the size? The mass?
It's only 8882. So it's about, and I'm supposed to be able to. So it's theoretically halfway through my range. The calculations. Oh yeah, I'm under attack again. But yeah, I was not even close to that hash marked area. So it's hitting me a little each time, but just a tiny amount. All right, let's see what. 100% Laranite. That's good enough for me to grab. That's that clumping, or the clustering kicking in.
Yeah, the clustering's good. What is it,
I tell
1900?
myself that even if it doesn't work, I'm gonna say
Barrel? E-type?
my genius loadout. Come on, give it to me. What's this one? A copper and a nerd. That's not worth it. See where you are. Ooh, another 100% Laranite. Yeah, so this did cluster up really good because it's I only got like 5 fragments total, and there's like 60%, no, 50% Laranite, and it's 2. Yeah, this one's copper only also. So far I've gotten 2 copper, like 2 that were 90% copper and 5% inert, and 200% Laranites. So it clustered perfectly. 99% Laranite. Yeah, so 3 almost 100% Laranites out of this.
Yeah, that is nice.
So yeah, this time I'm gonna check my surroundings before I start sliding around sideways. That's the one I got. So here's the last one. Come on, give me something good.
Fracturing mode on.
Oh yeah, this is copper, and this got all the inert. That was actually nice. Actually, that rock was fun because just because it said it was impossible, I felt like I beat it. Check out this one. Oh, I didn't look where the sun is. Could be going in a circle here. Yeah, I figured out there's a couple changes I have to make to my joystick buttons. Both for like combat, because I figured out a couple changes I have to make, and for mining, I'm gonna have to make some. I hate having to reach for the ping button because it makes me take my hand off the throttle. In fact, I end up using the keyboard throttle when I have this throttle right next to me. That makes me mad.
Yeah, I don't know. I should probably give a HOTAS or HOSAS a try at some point again. But I gave up long enough ago that I was like, I'm just so used to it now. So used to mouse and keyboard flying.
Well, and all the PvP guys use the mouse.
Which one is he taking?
So you can actually.
The allergy medication, the 2 pills.
2 pills.
Yeah.
M-type. I don't even know what an M-type is. I guess we'll find out.
It's a 14% or 14 tonner, and it's a 40% Laranite.
Grecium. I don't want Grecium.
But it says it's impossible, but I'm gonna see if it actually is or not. Because after that last experience, I'm gonna ignore that impossibility warning. That was just a total lie. Get in here, optimal.
Fracturing mode
1%.
on. Mining mode on.
Borace. Do we want Borace? I forget. Excellent. Not Borace.
Mining mode off.
This one's 50% bigger than the last one I did. Looks like, yeah. Not budging, simply surging. Surge! That surge always makes me smile.
Yeah, the sound with it is always so aggressive.
It's a new sound than what I remember. Oh yeah. This one's impossible. That one
But
did.
again, if you find a really good one, I can come help crack it.
Yeah, if I found something like a high percentage of a tier 1, I'll let you know.
Tungsten.
Figure out where the sun is so I can.
Mining mode off.
I used to like to fly away from the sun because then you get the best lighting. Okay, there's the sun. So I'll kind of fly in this direction. a circle.
Fracturing mode on.
Yeah, this HOTUS is really old too. It's like a couple of the buttons failed on it, which caused me to kind of remap it the first time. Because a couple of my most used buttons, got so they started getting sticky and then they just stopped working. It's probably I'm gonna have to break down and buy a new one. But some of those fucking HOTUSes, man, they're like GPU pricing. They
Oh,
could
I
be-
know.
They got like 30 buttons on them, and they're made of like titanium, and looks like better than something you'd find on an F-16. Over manufactured. Yeah, I have an old like this is a like that T-Flight, I think. Bottom of the barrel. It's probably like 8 years old, and it's still holding out.
All right, I've got a 17,000 mass that says it's impossible, but I am very, very slowly getting charge level up.
Yeah, that's what you have to do is you have to kind of wait it out. So what's this? Ooh, 100% in there. Yeah, that's something that's surprising me. That's something I never saw before in the Halo. I don't think they had 100% of their rocks back. Well, actually, I guess they did. Those are the ones that you couldn't scan. We used to call them bugged rocks. Yeah, I'm glad we did this. I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, I've been
Right.
mining in a bunch of patches.
I thought, I should have actually bought the Prospector before my Corsair, because the Corsair doesn't make me any money yet. And I like flying it, and I've used it, a bunch of different types of activities, but the Prospector is just, it's a money maker, and it's less than half the price of the Corsair. So I got this long ago, and then made all the money for the Corsair much faster.
He just wants attention.
Aluminum. I saw one guy talking about the different minerals, and he said he likes aluminum because there's something he was talking about, a stat is like weight to SCU. So aluminum is the best secondary material you can find in an asteroid, because even if it has a high percentage, it gives that high percentage gives you very little SCU. So it doesn't take up your cargo bay if you have to pick up a rock that has a bunch of aluminum in it. That's a new mechanic that I never knew before.
I think my charge level gets about a third of the way up and then stops. I might give
That's
up
where
on
that
this.
surge, like,
Yeah, I know. So yes, I need that active module.
oh, do you have a passive one in there too? Do you have a Rieger?
Yeah, I've got a Rieger and then a Focus. So I could, if I had another Rieger, that would be good too.
Yeah, double Rieger. But yeah, the Focus you almost need because it fixes the charge window problem with the Helix. The Helix gives you minus 40%,
Yeah.
and the Focus gives you plus 40%. So you end up breaking even on your charge window. But yeah, I was watching people mine with the Helix, and they were getting rocks that I swear the charge window was 1 pixel wide, and they were doing it somehow. And I watched it like, fucking, how is this guy doing this?
Might try the Golem
You
next
did it.
time around. See how that goes.
Fracturing mode
This
on.
rock holds.
Mining mode on.
Come on.
couple of M types here.
Yeah, that's why you'd
Gold.
like some.
Aluminum.
So you like some internal storage in this thing, because you can just keep a couple like steel surges, in the closet, and then if you found a good rock and you select that, it's like you're almost there, but it's not doing it. Then you could swap out like the rigger for the surge, and you get an extra 15% laser boost and an extra 10% drop of resistance, or actually 15% drop of resistance, I think. So that would have given you the crack. You just the initial one, then you could swap it back out. It's gonna be interesting the first time I have to change this thing if that's gonna piss me off or not. 28% Terranite. Easy. Since it says it's easy.
Oh, just blew up a rock. Wasn't paying attention. Laser was at 100% from the last break.
Yep. I almost made the same mistake after I did that one. I pumped it all the way up, and then, in fact, that's what kills you in a geo also.
Yeah.
And server lag, because what happens in the geo a lot is like I'll be up, I put it up around like 35%, and then I'll drop it like to 25% to keep it like right in the window.
Yeah, and
But
unfortunately everything it fractured so badly where it like split everything and there's no good clusters. So everything's like 25% inert. Oh well. Just one rock.
Yeah, that's what I used to hate is when I was quant mining is I'd be out searching 45 minutes, find this perfect high quant rock and up in the 40s, and then I would space out and bust it and end up with nothing and be back on the search again. And especially when you found that one that was like high mid 40s, it was like 44 to 46. That was just like a godsend. Like once or twice I busted those. Come on, this thing, it's easy.
Getting pretty far away from the location too. That might be why there's not as much out here. Probably head back towards the mining location.
Oh yeah, I wonder how like centralized or not the quality of the rocks are.
Oh, this is where I've already been. That's not good.
Yeah, a few more little navigation aids I would really like in Star Citizen. So I end up wanting to do a lot more like space navigation than the game designers want me to so far. Alright, let's see how this one cracked. 2% Terranite.
I haven't seen anybody out here fighting ships, so I'm guessing we're doing okay. Not at risk anywhere.
Yeah, and actually those missions have been hard to find. So I could tell like people were snapping them up a lot in the mission list.
Oh, and it's so busy.
30% Terranite, or 35%. I'm gonna extract it. Just so I have an experience of changing out a bag. Well, actually, I have to change out. I keep thinking I'm gonna change out one bag. I'm gonna change out all 4. Another 35%. Check the other ones first before I jump on. 26%.
Mining mode off.
Two 26s and a 14. And another 35. So out of that crack, I got 235% fragments. What's my... I only got 3% inert, 3%, 4% quartz. So yeah, most of my load is Oh, those are SCUs, not percents. So the majority of my load is laranite and terranite, though.
Great.
I guess that's not bad. I haven't been too sloppy. I do like the industrial play, I have to admit. I enjoy things like mining and even hauling more than I do most like bounty hunting style missions. Yeah,
Yeah, the
I
combat
like
stuff's
to do 'em-
fine, but I agree. I like this a lot.
Well, I like this there because I want to. I like doing it like at least once a week, like every like 4 play sections. I want to go out and shoot some stuff. So I'm glad I have the Hornet and it's there, but it's not the main thing that that I think I want to play Star Citizen today. It's normally about doing something industrial or exploration wise. I want to go see a new place I haven't seen, or I want to do mining, or even like I'm loving the raft. I can't believe how much fun I'm having in that thing. Especially like stacking very complex mission runs, where actually I spend as much time doing the loadout planning. In fact, another thing I want to experiment with is I load the raft in columns, so each column goes to a different distribution site, so I can keep them separate.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
And yeah, it works great. And so you spend more time up front loading, but that you do once, and then as you land at each site, you just hop in the back tractor and you just burrow right down. So I normally the first site I get is the one right behind the laser or the tractor beam, so I could dig all the way down in there deep and nothing blocks me. And then but the second time because I had changed my, the things I was picking up, I realized I wasn't going to have enough room if I did my normal order, so I ended up having to drain the middle column first, and that actually seemed to make a big difference in my stability,
Hmm.
which I hadn't even considered. Is there like a weight and balance to your loading, especially with this new flight model? If they've done so much tuning for like the thrusters jiggling you a little bit. If you've loaded one side of your raft up and left the other empty, does that make you wobble more?
Yeah, I
I
don't know.
wasn't
I mean,
sure.
I think that's eventually the load balancing is supposed to matter. I just don't know if they've implemented it or not.
But they don't give you a lot of tools. This is next slide. Yeah, I'm gonna.
Right.
But like I said, I did 2 runs. One that I did, I unloaded it in the most unbalanced way, and the other one I ended up keeping the load balanced, and I seemed to notice a difference. But I wasn't sure if that was just in my imagination or not. But it's one of those things, I'm gonna have to try to. But that'd be a hard experiment to run. I guess not. You could do it all in the hangar. But I notice I'm the squirreliest inside a hangar than I am sometimes. Once I get outside the hangar, I'm hovering right over it. I'm a lot more stable than I was like inside the hangar.
Warning, power critical.
They seem like they have bumped up the.
Warning,
This one should be impossible for me, but the only thing I'm missing is I need a charge count on my surge module. Can't believe I don't have that. Fire.
When they used to, there used to be a little number next to it, and then they changed the HUD and it went away.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Come on, build it. Build it. It's only 15 seconds. It surges. Yeah, stop it. Play another.
warning, power critical.
I get it right close. Yep, that's. Yeah, it's also remember in my old days with the when you had I used to use the Lancet, but it had 2 module slots, and you could stagger your active modules. So you'd fire them at different times, to keep the effects, from dropping all the way to 0. With only one. The bad thing about this laser is it's only 1 module slot. Where's the sun again? There it is. Yeah, but it looks like once I get over 10,000, there's a good chance that that's too much for me. With this
Guessing I
laser
don't
combo.
want aluminum if I can help it. Even if it means I leave a lot of gold on the table. I don't know.
Well, I
what do you-
said that aluminum is that's secondary material to have. Because even though the percentage is high, it translates into very few SCU in your storage.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, this guy did on one of the sites. He actually ranked them all, and because there's a SCU to tonnage kind of thing, so there was a number for each one. Aluminum had the best number for that, and some of them were really bad. So like some of the secondary materials end up, you're not only if they're a low percentage, can end up taking a lot of space. Where aluminum, it could be a high percentage, but it doesn't penalize you as much. So he said, anytime you see a rock with a high aluminum percentage, that's what you're not dancing when you see it, but you're not mad either. 100% under. I think I like that there's some inert-only rocks. That seems more realistic. What's this one?
Yeah, those 100% inerts are pretty close to the ship because I remember finding several of those first before I found anything else.
Yeah, in fact, it should be like the ones right next to the mining base should be like that because the mining base would have mined out all the things
Right.
around it. So that would be a fun mechanic if they thought that far out. So the mining base is kind of a location that you can jump to, but then you have to kind of get out on the outskirts to get the good gold. Yeah, the Q-type. I thought Q-type, the Q is for Quantanium.
I mean, I think it
wrong
used to be. I think
type.
that's changed since you last played.
A Q-type that just has everything but Quantanium in it. What's the Q for?
I don't know.
Let me check my bearing again. Where's my... Yeah, the only bad thing about using the sun behind you is that I like to have a bearing marker that's in front of me. Just for convenience sake. Oh, I see a Mr. Quaid out in the distance. Yeah, sorry that Mantis didn't join us because I think he has the most experience brute mining, doesn't he? Because he
Yeah, I
brute
mean, it's
mines
alright.
with his other buddies. But I thought he could give us some pointers on, like, there's probably a thing like where you all start out at the central ship and then you all try to go out in a different angle because we can easily be surveying each other's rocks, even though we're not. Each of us is not flying in a circle. We might easily be flying through each other's spoils. without knowing it. So there might be a way that the people figured out how to do that in an
Storage
easy way.
fracturing mode on.
All right, heading back to the ship.
Mining mode off.
Look at that, man. You're already on your second load, and I'm still.
Well, I
40
think I'm being a lot less
we got
picky.
40. Well, I think I'm not being as picky as much as finding some rocks that are beyond my laser capability.
Yeah.
I think that's my loadout issue.
Well, I wouldn't mind trying the Golem, because that has a slightly more aggressive laser.
Yeah. Here, switch to that one now, and then you can you'll be able to get a good good measure between a stock helix versus a stock golem, which is kind of a modified helix.
It's fun operating out of a mothership like this.
Yeah, that's the first
like
time I've
this,
ever done it.
Yeah.
In fact, yeah, I was gonna say first time I've done it mining. I think this is the first time I've ever done it, and I don't think I've ever had a mothership experience like this, especially one where my whole ship fit inside.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of what's cool about the IDRIS is, like, it has a proper hangar bay that fits multiple ships. I've seen people put, like a dozen Gladiuses in there and fly them around at these patrol missions. Take their time to launch them out and recover them and all that.
Here's a 30% Terranite.
All right, I'll stick around here since you're going to come back pretty soon.
Well, yeah.
That way I can swap your pods.
It's immediately extractable too. I'll just fill up the rest of my hold with this. Oh man, it ate it quick. It's not that big. I didn't even look at the size. I got 2 SCU out of it. Alright. I have what? I got 4 SCU left to get. See what other candidates are calling my name. There's one.
Tell you what, though, this big old ship being so empty when I come on it is pretty creepy.
Yeah, it's like a haunted house feeling. Yeah, I was trying to think, is there any... I guess C2 has the biggest area for ships to fit in that isn't like a massive maze of an interior, because its interior is pretty small, but it's got a... I think Mantis said they had done that a C2 Golem expedition.
Yeah, that looked like it would work. Golem is so small. Yeah, I'll definitely try that next.
Yeah, I think he was saying that they were getting like 6 or more golems in there, like 2 abreast, 3 long, maybe. And just looking at how small it was in Idris's deck, I could see that. Because it almost looks like Pisces, maybe not that small, but. Because the Prospector's not a big ship, and that one was definitely barrel. It's not up to snuff.
Engines off. Landing successful.
Right, remember to
I
unlock my
brought
ports
5.
this time.
I brought 5 cruise Luxes. And like I just looked, I'm like at 39% hydration.
Yeah, that's a good call. I'll do that too while I'm eating.
I thought that when I did that, I thought I could just see that'd be like a PL hangout thing. We got all the ships, all the bag. We get out to location, we start mining. Also, we realize none of us brought any drinks, and we have to go back just because get cruise Luxes.
Well, we got the medical beds at least this time.
Oh yeah, that's That's like a bar.
Yeah, we're just a roving party around here.
And double asteroids used to be the thing I used to look for because a double asteroid was always quantanium.
Yeah, I wonder if
And
that's
that
still
means-
true.
Now this is hepstatinite. How do you pronounce that?
Sure.
Tungsten. Yes, in fact, I could tell from a distance, like from 12, like by 10 kilometers, I could tell if it was a quantanium rock or not. And a quantanium pair, yeah, these are both the same. In fact, that was the other thing. A pair always has the exact same numbers or near. So this is that hep and tungsten, and this should be hep and tungsten. Yep. You know, the exact same percentages, but you know, the exact same mix. Yeah, from like 10 to 12 kilometers out, I could tell it was going to be a good quantanium pair. And that was good because with a pair of quantaniums, you could break it into enough fragments that you could only pick up the 100s. So you'd crack both rocks and then just go into speed extraction and then rock it out of there. 100% in there.
Yeah, this kind of stinks though, because I only have 4 more bags, so we can basically refill your ship and my ship. But I have a lot more for the golem. I was hoping that with Mantis here, we could have 2 golems running. I mean, we can always run back and get more ore pods, or
Or
try,
we can
try some insurance
try
fraud for a golem.
but also just yeah, I want to see the refining process. So it'd be nice because we can do that test of with both of our ships inside the Idris. Can you one button refine mine as well?
So I'm assuming he must have docked his Idris at the docking port, right?
Uh, yeah, because no refinery's got an extra large hangar
Right.
that I can think of, right? That's actually something I've never done. Is I've never used or seen used that docking procedure. I never had a ship that required you know, docking. Be mad 'cause every Q type, yeah, every Q type I've seen has been a stinker, and that used to be my favorite thing to find. And everyone, when I find it now, it's like I know I'm gonna hate this one.
Um,
And now
could
that
I
I've seen,
move my prospector? Actually, we can just back it up. You don't have to fly out the front.
yeah, I thought even with 2 prospectors, we could each have our own door, so we wouldn't even have to fly by each other. Like and it's big enough that I could have, you know, spun my prospector. I could come in the back door, spin it around, and then be ready to leave the back door. So actually good because that means you could operate 2 independent prospectors and have a couple of golems in there, and the golem can always squeeze by a prospector. But even if you left a prospector in there, it's not gonna, wouldn't block anybody if you did it right.
It's pretty good so far. So I've got 8 full ore bags, which is nice.
Yeah, and I have more or less 4 here that are all but full. My laser would just cooperate and give me a crackable rock that's not inert. Yeah, here's another Q type. I'm not happy already. Come on, give me something good. Prove me wrong.
I almost feel like one of the strategies should be to blow up any rocks that you don't want to work with so that they don't appear on scans anymore.
Oh yeah. I was like, yeah, that's exactly the type of you know that kind of group mining strategies that have developed over time is you have to stay up each other's path, and how do you reduce your trash targets so that your team doesn't keep on
Yeah.
getting the same trash over and over. But that's probably exactly something you want to do. So here's an impossible 14K Terranite.
That shouldn't be
Let's see
impossible.
if it is. See if it's possible. But if I search this one, it should be coming up on the end of my searches. I wanted to try to change one in the field. See what a hassle that is or not. Searching. Yeah, I think I'm gonna change this mining laser immediately. It turns out that I didn't need this practice. I'm really comfortable with the mining gameplay. The only thing I'm getting frustrated with is finding a rock that I want to mine that just I can't crack it. So this is probably the best thing I could have done today. Like, just got this prospector, loaded it out, and the mining laser is the easiest thing to switch because they sell them. They're pretty easy to find. And I really like the idea of having 2 slots. I really. Give me something good.
I forgot we have a little Argo cargo hangar on this thing.
Oh, that's inside the IDRIS?
Yeah. It's underneath.
It's in its own little, like, cubby hole?
I mean,
Hangar?
I don't know how you would... I guess you'd have to fly up and bump the ceiling and then have somebody close the bay under you. I wonder if the golem would fit in here. That'd be interesting to try.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, it doesn't seem to be that much bigger than, like, the Argo cargo is. I'm kind of picturing in my mind that's almost golem size. Is there anything that you were doing in Pyro that made you come back to Stanton? I think like selling gems is one thing because nobody in.
Yeah, I mean, selling gems, some of the trade routes, you can get an okay price in Pyro, but a really good price in Stanton. Right? Like, if you were going to trade drugs, you could buy them cheap in Pyro and sell them expensive in Stanton, so it's like a good...
Have you done the commodity trading where you actually buy? I haven't done
Only
yet.
a little bit with the Vice commodities.
Yeah, because the trading missions at like at the $1 million round trip in the raft, I was thinking it's gonna be hard to justify. Oh, here we go. Here's a crackable 2K rock that's 35% Terranite, but it's big enough that I have to crack it, but not too big that it's giving my laser problems. Right, optimal. Wanted more cracking time. Whoa!
Don't
Except when
die.
your lasers at 100% right off the start on a tiny rock. Yeah, it's one thing I'm gonna always have to remember whenever I try to crack a rock that's impossible and I give up at 100%. I'm gonna have to immediately turn it down because I'm always gonna forget that it's up that high.
sitting
Yeah,
here
it
waiting
wasn't
on
my
the
mining
IDRIS. I could
excursion.
bring the IDRIS to you.
I had an old mouse that had like a bad mouse wheel that not it didn't register like the clickings a lot, and but I ended up having the mouse was about ready to give out anyway. So but I ended up getting a new mouse, and then that made all the difference in mining. I'd just be wheeling the mouse wheel and nothing would be happening. It's like, God damn it. All right, let's see. 100% Terranite. This will probably fill me up. Well, in fact, do you see where I am? How far am I from you? I might have.
Like 80 kilometers, so I'll make my... No, that's not right. 50 kilometers, so I'll make my way over to you.
Well, let me see, because I just cracked this rock. There might be like 100% Terranite piece or two. Let me see. Come on, give me 40% Terranite. At least I grabbed the 100% if that's all there was. That'll make me happy. Oh, actually, I still have a little bit of room. That's 7%. Come on, give me something good. 28%. Actually, yeah, it looks 100%. Yeah, so I'm gonna just grab this piece, and then I've gotten everything good out of it. So it's either a 39. Grab the biggest one. This one. And actually, they've done this thing where because before, if you moved off of a fragment you already had identified, you'd have to like rescan it again. So it was hard. You had to kind of keep track of which ones you'd scan. I noticed this one is once you scan it, it remembers everything. Right, this should fill me up. Oh no, it's being stingy. Oh, these pieces only like 500 mass. This will fill me up. 48% full. Or 48 SCUs. Now let me find.
Said
So are you in
24% probability of finding a Terranite rock. 24%. I don't know if I feel about that. So I'm in the IDRIS flying to you.
All right. Yeah, because I don't see. Well, I see your name marker, but no ship marker. Now, why not? Why wouldn't I see a ship mark if I'm in your party?
I don't
Do
see
I
a ship
normally?
marker for you. It could just be a distance thing.
I
Although
think I
you
have
should
my.
be able to see this
I
thing
have
at 38K.
going to nav mode, and what's your nav mode speed in that?
220.
Oh, so you're not doing like 1,000?
No, it's very slow. When you get about 10K out, I'll try to come to the stop here. Now I have a ship marker for you.
Oh yeah, now I got yours. KR80503DL. Yeah, I don't
All right.
like that change. I'm not sure why. Well, we need to know some serial number that
Well,
tells us no info.
apparently it's pretty fast now to scan a ship and get the name.
Actually, here, let me try. I don't do a lot of ship scanning, so let me scan yours and see what info I get out of it. I'm interested. Does it tell me what ships are inside of it? All right, here, IDRIS P, frigate, Aegis, signature mass. You're in SCM mode. Parts. You can see all your parts. Cargo. This is what I want to see. So your cargo is a passenger, Mr. Quaid. You have 2 Argo Atlases. Then some. It gives me all your Terranite, aluminum, laranite, quartz, gold, all that, inert material, but it doesn't have any ship info. So right now I wouldn't know that your Idris has any ships on board.
Interesting.
Actually, let me see if they show me the part.
All right, rear ramp is down. And you can even stay on the ship and just unlock the ports. I'll swap the ore pods right out.
Oh, just like pull up in view. Oh yeah, because if you'd be like you could stand on the back ramp and
Yeah, or you can come in further if you want, but
actually yeah, I might want to come in just because how often am I gonna get to land on the IDRIS?
yeah. Not until we
This
can,
might be
buy our own in-game or build it in-game or something.
when and it's weird that Mantis got his the exact same window that you did. It would have been nice if because he got a subscription one also.
Right.
But you both got them for the exact same days, overlapping exactly. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Am I in? Oh, I'm in nav mode still. Oh, put my landing gear up. Just set a speed limiter. Coming in.
All right, you're good. Touchdown wherever.
The gear down.
All right, unlock your ports, sir.
Actually, let me get. I'm gonna need to have a drink before I forget. My guy like coughs like he's gasping every once in a while. I haven't figured out what causes that. Every once in a while, I get that kind of like choking sound for like about just for like for 1 second though, and then it will go away. Let's see. Hope I'm not blocking your. Stand off to the side a little bit more.
Yeah, I think it's all good.
I was probably standing right next to a bag, drinking my drink while you're trying to load me. Come on there, boy, load that quick.
I'll get her done, sir. Don't you worry. I mean, this would be fun to kind of run a big mining op, though, and have a couple of people whose job is just swapping these out real fast, or,
Yeah.
if you change out the mining heads if you had particular rock setups, and you could, like, pull the head off, change the tools out for people, replace modules, right? You could come back and get a new surge popped
These
on
are
there.
nice. Are these actual grids here on the side?
Yeah, so there's little 4x4
Yeah.
grids.
Oh yeah, look on the other side. I didn't realize those were. I thought they looked like kind of like a little vehicle bay. But yeah, that's perfect cargo grid, man.
And then you've got these elevators in the back. So, like, if you look behind the Atlas over here, there's
Yeah,
an
I saw
elevator.
that big elevator earlier.
Yeah, so you throw your cargo up there, and then there's a big cargo bay up top.
Oh yeah, I saw the sign for the cargo bay.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I
that's...
was trying to find my way out, and I found the freight elevator. When I was trying to find the door out. Yeah, I do like this ship though. Too bad, like, what is it, $1,000 to buy?
Oh, yeah, like 1,500. It's ridiculous. I mean, I say that, but I probably could melt my fleet and get a couple of them. Yeah, you see, I've got all these I've got all these pods over here for the golem.
Yep. Yeah,
Which
I
they
like
were
the
not
way they
flying.
look.
Yeah, well, feel free to... I mean, I could go out in the Prospector again if you want to do the golem, or if you'd rather... Whatever you feel like.
Well, actually, because I'd like you to. Would you have enough experience with the Helix? Because I'd like to see if how close the Golem is to like a Helix. I guess this is your ship permanently, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll get plenty of time with it.
Yeah, so maybe I'll give it a try. Because this is a nice, convenient time that.
Yeah, let me go, open the front for you. And just be aware that you're right in there next to a ship.
It is probably my easiest chance to try one, because even like, how do you loan someone's ship? I would go to your hangar with you. You would call it up, and I could just take off from your hangar into your ship, and then use it.
Yes, but the annoying thing is you can't open the hangar doors unless you're sitting in the cockpit of your ship. So, like, I'd have to open the hangar doors, hop out really fast, you hop in, and then take off with it.
Or since the column's small enough and you have a big hangar, you have to call it up, put it to the side, call up one of
Yes.
your ship, and then
Yeah,
open up the
exactly.
hangar. Yeah, it'd be it. And then who knows if I could actually, at least this time I know anything I mine, it can be refined. Because we're playing together and you're going to refine
Yeah.
what's in here one way or another.
So I've got your VTOLs on too. I'll get the prospector out of the way here. Make it easier for you to exit.
Oh yeah, you tucked them in here nice and tight.
You could have like 10 of those things along the sides.
Yeah.
Alright, gear up.
Yeah, it looks like I could have gotten out without you even having to move. It looks like. And I
Yeah,
popped off the wall and I got right up next to your prospector. It looked like I could have glided right on by. Oh, and I didn't even lower my gear. All right.
nicely done, sir. Alright, I'll go close the front up and then I'll... So that's the only thing is I wish we could like mark a location and come back to it.
Oh, good thing I remembered to drink, because I would have got out here and like, God damn it.
You've been stuck.
No, I would have to immediately turn back and go and drink, because that ship that you can't drink in. Alright, let me find a direction to go. This looks like good enough.
If you find a big rock that we can crack together, I'd love to give that a try. See how that goes. I know there's
Yeah,
some
true,
earlier.
I think the two impossible ones I tried weren't. Oh, here's a nice little field of rocks. Haven't found one of those yet. It says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It says like 7 or 8 little boulders in it. That's probably a good sign, because that means they're probably all. Oh, this would probably been a good one for a fresh prospector, because they're probably all like little 5Kers. Oh, this is what I didn't do. These are all panels. I didn't look at the fucking signature. These goddamn salvage panels. I was doing that religiously for each one I was scanning earlier, then I got cocky and I stopped doing it. Here's an 1870. What's this little puppy here? Type C.
The other thing I'm looking forward to is more specialized armors. Right? Like some armors are not going to be very well equipped to operate in 0G, for example.
Oh, this mining laser comes down from the top. That totally threw me.
Yeah, it's like a really different... Actually, I want to watch you
It's
mine with this thing. I just want to see what you're doing out here. Come
It's
watch.
exactly opposite of the prospector. Because the prospector comes up from below. When it first came down, I thought, fuck it, I'm upside down. How did that happen? And I tried to figure out which way to rotate to right myself, and then I realized I'm not upside down. Glide in. That's an inert. Another one right here. It's a type Q. So this is a type C and a type Q right next to each other. You're less than a kilometer apart, and that you would have never seen that before. If there was a cluster this close together, they always were the same type, and very close in composition. guess if they're both inert, that doesn't count though.
Yeah, they're both inert. That's too bad. Can we blow them up?
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode
Go.
on.
Which one should we check out? Let's go to this one. Oh, that's why I was getting lazy. If my mining heads out, I don't see the signal strength. Is that right?
Maybe.
You see if that goes away.
Mining mode off.
Yeah, because it's right where you get the fracture mode readout. If you track your mining head, then you get. Oh, it takes you out of scan mode. You have to be in that actual scan mode to see the the kind of weight estimate or that signal strength. Or I guess it's a signal strength, not weight. 1720. At least that's not going to be panels. Yeah, this guy's handle's nice. Double Rieger.
Yeah, it's maximum power, maximum instability, tiny window.
Yeah, or at least this is both. Oh, I thought. Oh, I thought doesn't the Rieger give you? Oh no, it's the focus that gives you the.
Yeah, the Rieger reduces your optimal window a bit, which may not matter, but I don't know what that mining head itself does. Right, here's an E-type.
Have you tried it yet?
Fully inert. No, I haven't tried the golem yet. Here you go, aluminum and inert. Boo.
Come on,
Mining mode
give
off.
it to me. I'm gonna have to go external and watch this transition because this transition takes a long time. So everything, the mining head comes all the way out like a switchblade knife, right? When it's folded, it's actually in the back, pointing backwards. That kind of comes out like a switchblade. Whoa!
Yeah, it's
Gonna
cool.
say
It like
handles
runs
are
along
weird.
a rail, and then the rail itself
Yeah.
extends.
See, I was coming up to this asteroid really hot, and I was able to dodge it to the side barrel. Tungsten. So yeah, it's actually I was gonna say it's really maneuverable, and then I had to actually try it out in an emergency situation. Just as I was saying that. Yeah, it's got like 202 SCM speed.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode on.
Yeah, it feels a lot tighter and tighter than the Prospector does.
Hey,
Hello there.
Francis, how you doing?
So, how you feeling?
Alright. Still got the migraine, but it's not as bad now.
This is good. We were wondering if what kind of mining tips you might have learned at Quaid, but I
Oh,
don't. Because we were thinking of there's probably some like tricks like we were wondering if you're out in a group, if you find like dead rocks like 100% inert, do you like blow those up just so your
no,
team
no.
members don't rescan them over and over, or so how do you like coordinate so you don't all cross each other's paths and resurvey the same rocks that your buddy just did?
Usually you just go in the opposite directions away from
Yeah,
each
so
other.
you kind of start out in the middle and just kind of star pattern out.
Yeah. Pick different OM or pick
Yep.
different quantum markers to go to.
Good idea.
But yeah,
Um,
we actually
Once you have sufficient numbers, which we won't really have. Give me a moment, cat. once we have sufficient numbers, usually it's a good idea to have like 1 or 2 scouts. And all they do is they just have some ship, preferably a prospector or something, just going out scouting.
Yep. Kind of like we were trying with the when we were gem mining.
I do recommend using the regolith.rocks site though. That is really good. It'll be so you can record rocks that you've been finding. It'll give you an estimate as to like what the value is of the cluster. So you can know for sure whether or not you're looking at a good rock or a bad one.
Yep.
Very handy. But then you've also got the once you put in the refinery orders, it'll give you an estimate of what that order will be and divide among whoever's in the session.
That's actually nice.
Yeah. Actually, you can specify the divisions and whatnot, including even people that aren't in the session. But
We're giving it all
in fact,
out.
we're gonna be able to test something that we were wondering last night because I have my prospector. Quade's got a prospector in his golem, which I'm trying out now. But we're gonna try your IDRIS trick to see if with that one click refining, can he refine my ship, or is it just ships that he owns within his IDRIS?
Yeah, I'd be interested in knowing that.
Yeah, I was thinking that was a great find, but it said that we were talking last night that the only thing we didn't know is since you owned everything, yeah, well, how does it handle ownership of other vehicles inside your IDRIS? So we'll tell that tonight. Yeah, I figured out my mining loadout. I kind of made that beginner's mining loadout that was like friendlier for me to start with. It's too underpowered. I got immediately frustrated with it. That Hofstede with the surge just couldn't crack the rocks I thought it could.
Yeah, the Hofstede not so much. On the Prospector, I've switched to using I'll use a Helix with a Rigger and a Focus. On on the Mole though, I'll have a Helix with 3 Rigger C3s. And you could do 3 Surges if you wanted. But then my other 2 lasers are Hofstedes.
Well, in fact, one thing I'm wondering is what you pointed out is how do you solo mine in a mole anymore with all the bobbing and weaving that thing's gonna do now for like surface
space.
mining? Yeah, I think that might knock out
Final
mole,
frontier.
I was thinking Jim Curry in Command and Conquer. Go to the last place where they can't look for us. Space.
Yeah, so this the golem is cracking a bigger rock than my prospector could with his Hofstede.
Yeah, so the reason why is because it has basically a mole helix on it. Like, it's got a really good laser. It's just the problem is it has a like 30% increase in resistance.
Yep.
Which makes it inferior to the mole's helix. But otherwise, it's solid. The other problem I have with it though is the so it goes down to 20%, which okay, but the optimal range is so close to its max range. When I use the helix, I'm actually using the helix as I'm using my ship distance as a
laser power meter.
Exactly. And so what I do is on the prospector, I'll go at max distance, put my laser all the way up to full power, and then inch closer until I start seeing that bar rise. And that's how I like fine-grain control even with the helix.
Yeah,
but that's really hard to do with the...
I was surprised to find that the optimal was, like you said, it's at the extreme back of the range.
Yeah.
Like, why is it way back here?
Probably to keep some challenge to it.
Well, the thing I was just telling Quaid that scared the hell out of me is I just done all my prospecting mining for like an hour or more, and I switched into this thing and I put the mining head out, and I had this like vertigo reaction because it comes from the top rather than the bottom. I thought, oh shit, I'm upside down somehow, and then I went, wait. I thought somehow I got upside down in the cockpit and it just totally threw me for a loop to see the mining head coming from above. So 32
Fracturing
to
mode
59.
on. Mining mode
Cluster finally.
Oh, this is
Ooh, Bexelite. Right.
This is my first one that's requiring double cracks on all the. Oh, that's I was able to crack a rock big enough for that. 'Cause my prospector, I was cracking a rock and all the pieces were extractable. This is the first time I've actually had to crack a rock and then crack one of the pieces again. Because my laser's fucking just so weak. But I'm glad I tried it out tonight because I'm gonna immediately change my my loadout after one day. Oh, here's a nice. Oh, that's a titanium. I thought it was Terranite. All right, let's crack this. Yeah, I looked at the stats of this laser, and it's like a helix impact combination in a weird way. It's got some stats from the helix and like some stats from the impact. But yeah, that Rieger focus looked like it was gonna be if you wanted to go passive only. I was telling Quaid, I love using the surges for some reason, but back in my day they auto swapped. So actually I used one surge up, but I still have one more charge in it, so I never had to switch it out. That might become a pain getting out of your ship all the time to swatch out.
Swapping the submodules? Some people put up with it.
And now we have an IDRIS we
But-
can do it on. For 4 more days.
I mean, you can just get out of the ship and
Oh yeah, just do it in space. I mean, that's I
Yeah.
figured do. But just that because that's one reason I never got into like the mining gadgets because I thought I'm never gonna keep popping in and out of my ship all the time. One thing I liked about a prospector is you just do everything from that one seat. You're flying, mining, everything. You don't have to move around like on a mole. Yeah, Brevity Quaid and I did a 3-man mole mining once. That was pretty fun. And I like the idea of being able to like do different laser combinations. They had that idea of you'd have the power lasers and the support lasers. I like that idea. Yeah, back in the old day, they used to back 313, 314 when people were doing their ship loadouts. They used to mix components a lot. So they would get one shield that had a lot of power, but it was slow to recharge, and they would pair it with another shield generator that had not as much power, but a lightning fast recharge. With the idea
I feel like
that,
that's going to come back.
But yeah, if you look at a lot of the old loadout videos from 4 or 5 years ago, they all have these mixed components that there's this strategy developing on different combinations rather than just which components were the best. It's which combos give you some advantages. I haven't seen anybody doing that yet in any kind of loadout video I've seen so far with that's 4.0 and newer.
I mean, they're wanting to change up how the shields work again anyway, so I wonder if that wouldn't be in the cards soon.
well, shields and armor. They keep talking about armor.
Well, this gives you weird. It gives you 0.89 SCUs rather than. Oh, that's all weight the cargo I have.
You should only, I think you only have 34 or 32.
I said my cargo is 0 out of 0.89.
That doesn't sound right.
Oh yeah, and this is not extracting.
Uh-oh.
Extraction mode. Yeah, I think I bugged it out somehow. I'm looking at a purple rock. It's 639 mass, and it's 2.27 SCUs, but I'm not extracting jack diddly. Am I pointing at it? Yeah. Oh, I was outside of optimal range for extraction.
There you are.
I didn't know that was a thing. I don't think we had ranges back in the day. Well, I guess I was always in laser.
Mining mode off.
Yeah, so I guess since I was at the extreme back end of my laser range, I was just outside of my extraction range. 35. Yeah, I guess I was being too stingy. With my percentages. Weight has knocked me into extract more, think less.
That's right. Because we're almost out of ore bags, but we've got a bunch of ore pods for that thing.
We can put me back in my hop step laser, and that'll really slow down our extraction. Yeah, you're gonna have to try this thing out. I like it's nice and small and tight. Feels real maneuverable. I came into an asteroid too hot, was able to like sidestep it and miss it really easily. It's nice and responsive, this little boy.
It's also the fastest of the mining ships.
Yeah, that's why I came in hotter than I realized.
Yeah. Yeah, you can actually go like 213 or something like that in there.
Mining mode off.
Yeah,
Whereas like the Prospector is like 153,
Yep.
and the
Yeah.
Mole is probably around the same, if not less.
Well, we were meeting up with Quay was flying the IDRIS over to me, and I was flying my Mole over, and he said like 230 top speed in nav mode.
Yeah, boosted.
Extraction
Honestly,
on.
it's really tempting to do it like after the Idris, do a caterpillar run. Maybe have 2 golems.
Oh,
something
will
like
they
that?
fit inside?
No, they do not.
Oh,
We
But
will have
just-
to fly separate, but imagine how much we could get if you fill up the caterpillar with all those 16 SKU bags.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a lot.
yeah. The Caterpillar I was really liking as a PL hangout ship. I had a lot of fun at night. Because like team loading I like when Quaid and I were team loading in the RAF, but team loading in the RAF was just for speed only. Where team loading in a Caterpillar is mandatory. You can't load without a teamwork. So that was fun.
The caterpillar is a great team ship. The best fun I've had was when you do salvage with it. You can line up easily like 6 or 7
like
vultures
vultures.
alongside it.
Yep.
And all be able to work, like be unloaded and whatnot.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. Like the thing I think I always wanted to do, which Quaid said he was able to do without me, was put that like a Nova tank in the Caterpillar, and then
No, it didn't
Open
fit
up
on the
the doors.
Caterpillar. We
Oh,
we
you
we
did
tried,
that,
but we did it with the little trucks with the machine guns on the back.
you could do it with that Storm.
Mm.
Yeah, I wanted to
Ooh,
Ooh,
kinda
I
open
haven't
up
tried the
doors
Storm.
and be like like one of those old sailing ships doing broadsides with the cannon ports opening up.
That was the idea. But we eventually resorted to firing railguns out instead. But
So what folks tried to do was the sorry, go ahead.
no, go for it.
The Storm AAs. Folks tried to have those on the like the 890, they found out like you have to actually turn off the 890's shields, otherwise
Oh yeah,
it won't let you target.
fire through it.
It's really annoying.
Was it Quaid had a loner Cutlass Steel when it first came out, and we were all excited to use it for that old Twitch mission where you had to go out and to that prison transport ship and fight out there. We thought, oh, this would be perfect because we can just pull up. There's like that nice space battle where they're all in the Caterpillar undercover with the doors all open. And so we pull up alongside, we man those side machine guns, and we just start taking down our own shields by firing into them. It's like, son of a bitch.
And we took our shields down to shoot, and then they started hitting us.
Yeah. Which is weird because the other ship that has Saiga, the Valkyrie, they actually specifically designed it to solve that problem. So you can fire the side guns at the Valkyrie and it won't hit its shields, but they just slapped out the Cutty Steel for a quick cash grab. I said, who cares if it works? People will buy it because of all these machine guns.
It's a very meme ship. I mean, because at that point, like the whole server was fitting on a ship that size.
Yep, I'd say the one Valkyrie, and or one Cutlass Steel could hold the whole server.
God, such a tiny server.
Yeah, I think there were like 50 people max, and they had ships, with they were holding like 25 players. It's like, when are you gonna use this? Actually, when they used to have those org versus org battles, that was the biggest challenge, is to get both orgs onto a server where, because each org would want to bring your 15, 20 players, and that mean that you were going to take up the whole server. And so just getting all your org members on the same server to do your battle was a challenge. And then in fact, I saw some like org videos of their battles, and one of the thing that was the most heartbreaking is they go through all that work, get into the battle, and then a player would die or get knocked off the server, and then he couldn't get back in the server for the entire rest of the battle because he was the server was full and he could just never get back in. And one time it was actually the leader of the org, and he had done all the work to set it up. He did all the prep work, battle started, he got kicked off, and he couldn't even record it. That's Eli, nice 100% Terranite fragments. Yeah, I can tell this laser's making all the difference.
What, the golem one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
it's not bad.
So I kept looking at the Helix versus and I kept thinking, well, I'll start with that Hofstad just because I'm new to mining again. This will let me kind of warm back up, kind of stretch out. But like mining's kind of like riding a bike. As soon as I start doing it, it's like you remember it's not that challenging that you don't immediately remember how to do it.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden I kept running at rock after rock where I could just 100% power, get as close as I dared, and double surging it, and nothing would work.
Yeah, the Hofstad's it's good for the smaller rocks. It's really good for the smaller rocks. That's where it excels.
Well, yeah, I was thinking maybe I'll take it out once in the, because I'm guessing that the asteroid belt still has smaller rocks. We're at a mining site, one of those mining bases.
So if you want smaller rocks, you'll want to go to the Rings of Yella or planetary mining.
Oh, the asteroid belt used to top off at 10K, nothing bigger, but I think I know that had changed.
So if you're out in Aaron's Halo, you'll even find up to like 70,000 out there, if not bigger. It's more weighted towards the bigger rocks.
Oh, so it's exactly opposite. than
Yeah.
what it used
Now
to
the
be.
rings of yellow, on the other hand, do have the smaller. However, you also run the risk of the pirates out there,
Yep, because the Grimhack.
which, yeah, hence the and not player pirates. Like there's NPC
Oh,
ones that'll
NPC
show up.
pirate?
Yeah. Hmm.
I didn't know that.
Well, particularly like if you think about it, there's a bunch of ERTs that spawned out there.
Oh, yeah. So it's kind of leftover mission guys.
Yeah. Well, the annoying part is like they'll spawn like right on top of you. There was one time I was doing some salvage out there, and or no, wasn't it? It was. You know what? I think we were doing ERTs,
That
and
was
we were taking the cargo off of a wreck, and then another ERT spawned. A Carrick started shooting at my C2, and I was like, "Great, let me get back out there." And it just beelined and just rammed my C2.
Jeez.
Just went straight through and kept going. It's like, motherfucker. Because the AI is really good about flying. When it can, it will try to ram you, even though they keep trying to get it to not do that.
I experienced exactly what you tried to warn me about with the minimum power. And I tried to crack a rock, and the minimum power was too much.
Yep.
But I couldn't back out of the range, and at 20% power, it was immediately up into the red zone, and there's nothing I could do to back it off of it.
Well, what you do at that point
Pump
is
the laser
pulse
on
it.
and off. Yeah.
Yeah. Which kind of
But it kinda-
sucks in the case with like the golem, because like you get the bigger window.
Yeah, so the window keeps changing as you're pulsing it, which could make it you compound the bad situation.
Yeah. It's better with like the helix, because when you let go of the laser, then the window gets bigger. So while it's cooling off,
Yep.
it's got a bigger window to be in anyways. But the reverse is great. Now your window's also going to shrink, so it's going to stay in the red longer. And there's a point when it's like, all right, this is going to blow up, and I just go away. I find something else.
I had to back away and say, I just ruined that rock. It was 66, it was a fragment that was going to crack. It was 66, so I could have got a nice fragment out of that I ruined. It's great. One of the things that used to make me cry in the old days, that you'd be out surveying for quant rocks in the Halo, and I'd find like a rock that's like 44, 45, just the rock you dream of, and then I would you'd be doing something, you'd lose your focus for a second, look down, you're up in the red zone, you'd be backing away quickly, trying to not damage your ship. But the thing that was the heartbreaking is your perfect rock you would destroy, and no fragments at all. It's like, man, that was a perfect 32 quant haul for my prospector that I just ruined, and it might have taken like 45 minutes to find that rock. It's like, well, back to scanning.
Yep. Those were the days.
Now I've got fucking Back to the 80s stuck in my head by Aqua.
I guess I'll accept 80% Terran.
But in general, I think I'm finding all these changes to mining has all been improvements. Yeah, I used to love doing mining. I'm finding I'm liking it just as much right now than I it's twice I've almost been speeding into these rocks. Especially after playing in the Prospector for like an hour. This thing was a little rocket ship.
Mining mode off.
An E-type.
Extraction mode.
It's like a Jaguar.
Mining mode
Mantis, you can't see the signal strength of a rock if you stay in mining mode. You have to keep popping out to scan mode is the only way to see that. You have to avoid like flying over to salvage panels.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not too terribly bad anyways.
Yeah, I got cocky after because I was checking it at first, and then I hadn't found any, and so I just stopped looking, and then I flew up to a whole scrapyard of salvage panels, and I realized, oh shit, I didn't look, and I was like, oh, the number disappeared. I just started staying in mining mode full time. You have to relearn all the numbers. I was going through that Regulus site, and just like before, at Sunquaid, I could spot like which rocks I was gonna mine or not mine more than 10 kilometers away, and I can't do that anymore. But it looks like if I study that Regulus site enough, yeah, that's actually possible still. That if you know your numbers and you can actually determine it at quite a distance before your ship actually really knows what it is. You can say there's a 90% chance this is a good or a trash rock from a pretty far distance still.
Yeah.
I actually found that was fun because that's kind of like more like kind of strategy detective kind of feel for gameplay. So I like that kind of opportunity. Kind of gather some clues and make a determination before the computer just tells you what it is.
Fracturing mode on.
Makes you feel smart even if you're not. That's good video game design.
I've got some decent Exolite and gold rocks on me. If you want to come to me, I'm almost full again.
All right, I mean just
If you're
rock.
in a good
Yeah,
groove, don't worry about it.
I'm looking for rocks to crack because I want to try to get my groove back. I'm almost at some point I think I don't want to 13%. Oh no, 33%. Let me crack this one. Oh, I don't want to make you sit there. It's just gold and Bexlite. I wanted to try some gold rocks though.
They have a really thin optimal range.
Hey, go ahead and go because I have this one and another one close by.
All right.
And this one's 35% Terranite at 20k. Let me actually make sure that it's. Oh, it's telling me impossible means. We'll see if I can crack it. And in fact, Mantis, how I noticed that impossible thing seems to lie because I was able to crack an impossible rock. So do you know how that? How much you can actually trust or not trust that reading?
I don't. Generally, if it says that I can crack it, then obviously I can.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've definitely cracked impossible rocks before. It takes a lot more effort. But it's only like a small window where that's actually the case.
Yeah, it doesn't tell you how far out of the range you are.
Right. So I generally just ignore that.
Oh,
That indicator's useless, is what it is.
what I was trying to figure out, like maybe it's looking at laser only and it's not taking in like module buffs.
That or they don't know their own math.
Like, 'cause this one it's saying it's impossible, but it's I went up to 100%, immediately had to back off because I was rocketing up towards range.
Yeah.
So I'm not
So-
even close to full power to break this one.
I don't think they understand their own math, is really what that boils down to.
They'll say it's part of the game design. They don't want to tell you too much.
You're right, but still. Like, I just
That's
ignore
not-
the indicator. It's useless.
That's how they design Wicklow. We don't want to actually tell you what you're gonna get. We're just gonna make you grind.
That's
for
what they did with the jump tunnel at first. They were like, we're not going to tell you how to get through the jump tunnel. We want you to figure it out. Because, admittedly, they want it to be intuitive. Which, fair. And their initial findings were, is it intuitive? No. No. Very few people actually manage to get between Pyro and Stanton.
There's a lot of
When-
computer UI designers like that. It's like the people design it, they talk themselves into a lot of things. Like, well, this thing is the easiest way. People will figure. Yeah, this is actually it's not hard at all.
You're
My
just
favorite
like,
things used to be those old
where did you bump your head?
And they never made the peanut butter sandwich.
You see those usability studies where you get a bunch of regular people that your target audience into like use your software. And I used to love this. I was a product manager, so I had to kind of sit through all of them. But then I loved when the developers would come in and sit on a few sessions because their faces would just turn
Who
sour.
are these
and,
morons using our
yeah,
products?
it's like, how is this idiot even like? How can he eat and go to the bathroom if he can't understand this?
This is why I do not diss business majors and sales folks, because they simply understand things that I don't. And likewise, they don't understand things that I get. But by our powers combined,
Yep.
we might get shit done. Or we might tear each other's throats apart. Who knows?
Well, in fact, that's when you realize that that there's a real big benefit of having all the people on your team not have the same background, but there's a real big advantage if people are coming at a problem from different angles.
Back
And
to
it
the
might be
ship.
I'm fine with certain things, like it kind of depends, like maybe product owners. I like business people being looped in and like knowledgeable about stuff. I don't like them having to having the be all and end all of like what it is I do. I'm just like, you don't know what you're asking for. And better yet, you don't know what you're telling me not to do. That this is the easy way.
But it also depends on the people's personality. Because one thing that I used to work with like a couple of dev managers that I really liked, and we got along really well. And what we used to say to each other is like, there's a lot of times I was in a meeting, that he would never be in, like with the customer. So my job was to kind of represent, the questions that guy would want to ask if he was in that meeting, and he would do the same thing for me if he was like meeting with like a shared technology team within our company that I wasn't really going to be part of. That there were certain things that I would want to know or influence in that meeting that wasn't really his exact point of view, but he would try to represent my point of view in that meeting for me. So if you can get a teamwork like that going, then having that that benefit can really shine. Or it can be the exact opposite, and you're working against each other.
Yeah. All right. Sadly, I gotta go. Girlfriend,
All right.
let me know that she needs me to go get her a package, and frankly, I need to shower before I go outside.
Well, thanks for
So,
joining in.
Yep.
yeah, I will catch y'all another time.
Take
Hopefully
care.
next week. See ya.
Yeah, this minimum power on this laser is really tricky. Is I've gotten a few rocks where minimum power was too much for the rock. Wow, this is such a good fragment, and it just broke into just everything that's got like 10% Terranite. And it was such a promising fragment to start with. It's like 40% Terranite, but it broke up in the worst possible way.
I know. That's what like the little mining gadgets that you can attach to the rock can help with. Like there are some that will help reduce resistance or
Yep.
all that, but there's some that'll make it cluster more. So you can go attach the mining gadget and it'll make all the stuff cluster up really well. I've never successfully used one.
Yeah, but I've never used one. Because they were in the game back when I was playing, and just that idea of getting out and well, I did space mining. Maybe it was easier when you did planetary mining. But the idea of just getting out and floating over, just like that's, and then you had to tune the thing. on the rock, and it's like that's just gonna be like a lot of time that you're not mining. Ooh, 76 Fahrenheit, that's a keeper. Yeah, I'm disappointed that because I was actually expecting. Well, I wasn't expecting. I was thinking it was 50-50 that this ship might come in this patch. But normally, I think you have to wait 2 patches after they sell it for the first time, and 4.1 was it 4.1 or 4.1.1 was the Golem's introduction.
Yeah, I don't remember.
But it's a brand spanking new ship, so I thought there's probably a maybe if they're cool, because everyone was making a big deal that what's the ship that the Atlas with the guns.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first time ever that CIG's made a ship in the game that you couldn't buy with a credit card first.
Yeah, it's like, don't worry. They'll let you buy it with a credit card soon enough.
Everyone's making a big, oh. So how do I do this? Because you're not at the IDRIS now, are you?
I did, actually. I just went back. I'm there now.
Oh, good.
I'm trying
I
to
just filled
come
up.
in the front, I guess. Then I'll open the back for you when you come in. Actually, the front is a little easier to clear.
Yeah, the front has that neat little tunnel effect on it too. Looks like towards the end of the ride Space Mountain at Disneyland.
What would you rather come in the front or the back? Either way, there's a
Yeah,
either way, there's a ship in your way.
This one I can come in through the docking collar if you want.
Yeah. We
Actually,
could try to. We should see if you fit in the Argo Bay.
You should, oh yeah. But you should take this out next. It's a fun little ship.
Yeah, because you have clean tanks on your ship, so you can fill yours up.
And how you're kicking my ass this time, you might actually be able to fill up all those drink bags by the time I get mine refilled again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm tempted. I guess I could have you bring a raft out full of ore pods.
Well, instead, we should go in and do a refinery and see what actually gets refined out of your ship. Because we'll have my prospector full and a bunch of ore pods on your deck.
Right.
Your prospector will be full, and the golem can be full. And then we'll say refine all, and then we can go back in and check what actually got emptied and what didn't. What I'm guessing is all the ore bags on the deck will get refined. Your ships will get refined, and my prospector will still be full. And if that's the case, that's easy to solve. Then we can pull mine out, refine it, and or if not, that just 4 bags full out of our. So you probably don't have enough gas in you to be able to fill up all the bags over again, anyways.
Great. Yeah, it's getting late.
Oh wait, I realized I was flying towards Greenpoint Station and not towards you anymore.
I was about to say, yeah, you're 50 kilometers away now. You could probably jump to me.
Oh, let me try that.
Probably put you at about 20k out.
I think it's yeah. There's no jump point to you. Actually, I was 35 kilometers on the other side of you, though. So I was doing 1,000 meters per second, and I just flew right by you because I was pointing at another marker. I just flew by you at high speed, and all of a sudden I realized, where's Mr. Quaid? Further behind me than he started in front of me. It's interesting. I'm still pretty happy so far. I have no dead ships in my fleet so far. Like every single ship in my fleet, I still love.
Yeah.
And before, like in Star Citizen, I'd end up, working towards a ship I buy. It's like I'm never gonna fly this again. It's something just I didn't like about it that bothered me. I keep looking at a Valkyrie. I'm not sure why I want to get it. I bought one once and I really liked it.
Well, if you're gonna do the Valk, just wait a month or two and get the that new one they made that has the bigger cargo bay and everything.
Yep.
So that's got better pilot firepower. You know, you can haul in it if you want to. It's a good competitor to the Raft. You can fit a vehicle in it, which the Raft can't do. Hey, there you are. Yeah, this will be much easier to fit inside. Yeah, just tuck it in behind your prospector here, and I'll swap the boxes out. I can figure out how.
I guess I should be able to maybe just park it side. I should have pulled my prospector in further. Would have been smarter.
I mean, I could have moved it too, but yeah, just go sideways. That's perfect.
Tuck it sideways. Oops. Let me look at external view. It might make it a bit easier. Oops.
Yeah, you're good. I just touch it down. And then unlock the ports. I'll pop these things off.
I always forget that key. Is that you do it? Ship ports unlocked.
Yep. There we go. Okay. One. I should be able to pull this one down and out. Maybe? No. And I come perfectly sideways here.
Oh yeah, this one it loads weird.
There we go.
Down this.
Alright, let's just chuck these down here for a bit. And then put them on the pad later.
I need to refresh my liquids. I'm so glad I remembered these fucking cruises. I almost, cause I think I normally keep 2 in my pants pocket and all my armor just because I know I'm gonna need them. You know they're gonna ruin these things too because this is the go-to drink. No one does anything else but Luxes.
Right.
And so they're gonna have to ruin that for us somehow.
Yeah, like space diabetes or something. Like, you're just drinking energy drinks all day.
I throw my.
So now you respawn and you have an insulin deficiency.
Oh, that's weird. I threw it out the back and the bottle went way through the shield. Looks like it flew out the back, but then I got sparks on the shield boundary like a second after it passed through.
The auto turrets are probably tracking it right now. Is this a missile?
That's all. The shield disintegrated it, and I did base litter.
Yeah, if you want to do another run with the Drake, I can take your prospector out, or if you'd rather do
You
prospector.
should try it. It's all out here, nice and convenient. So it'd be a shame for you not to get. And it's nice to get the back-to-back experience between the prospector and the Golem.
All right.
It really shows the strength and weaknesses of both ships. Because I can't say one's better than the other. Especially with you, you should have a tighter experience. Because I think I can get a better laser experience on mine. But it's also just being so small, maneuverable, but also the way its optimal window works and the charge situation. That minimal charge was something I never had to play with ever in mining so far. With a minimum charge, it ended up being too powerful for the rocket to break. And the optimal window being at the far back of, the optimal window, if you increase your distance just a little bit back from where the optimal is, you're outside of the range altogether.
Yeah.
So it has some weird characteristics that require you to do a little bit of balancing.
This thing's so much twitchier.
Yeah, it feels like you're in like a little. It feels like more like you're in a, Hornet, or at least Cutlass Black. But it has it's got a. But yeah, it feels more like like the Hornet does. than you expect for an industrial ship. See if I can twist this around. Yeah, plenty of room to twist the prospector around, no problem. Oops, close to the ceiling. And just glide on out.
Right, looks like you're clear. Close the rear hangar doors.
Oh, he was gonna ask you if you want me to close them. Oh, wait, who's red?
Uh-oh, somebody red near us? Could be a bounty spawn in.
Yeah, it's 19 kilometers away, over by the base.
Yeah, so we're probably okay.
See if I can see
Good luck
that.
to them if they want to come shoot this thing. They're not gonna...
It's,
No NPC's gonna do anything to this ship.
Actually, the silhouette's right in an angle that I can't make it out. I can't tell what kind of ship it is. Oh, I'm in moderate scan range. Maybe I can scan it. I think it's staying 20 kilometers out. Is it an Idris?
Another Idris. Looks like it's taking shots. Oh, and he jumped away. So C2 Hercules out there. Best in
That's
show
weird.
on it.
Well, yeah, it actually tells me that right off the bat. See, that would be your salvage, like, yes, if you're out salvaging C2. That's some dinner. So, yeah, so who was being able to shoot up an Idris? Oh, it could have been like yours, like one of these Idris Ps that can
Yeah,
do
they have
nothing
the-
but...
Could be that, or they could have like a big beam laser, and they just are going around popping bounty targets real fast.
But you think these... Oh, yeah, there is some bounties, you know, those higher end ones that start spawning, you know, kind of Connies, and I think there's one that does the hammerhead, isn't there? Like those real high end, like red
Yeah, I don't know.
color ones. Yeah, I keep trying to figure out where to get those goddamn interceptor helmets. This. And the only advice, you know, that you can try to get, cause I keep looking at like Spectrum and like Reddit and stuff, and the only advice people give when they ask the same question is go out to Pyro. You have to go, you know, Pyro and do those, do the headhunter versions of those missions. You see that I got another 16.5 out. Let's see who this guy is. Gladius or Vanguard? No, that's a Gladius. Yeah, so it looks like someone spawned one of those missions near us.
Yeah, so where is that? And I'll just stay away from it. Just head in a different direction. Alright, so there's... Yeah, so just head off.
16. It's not
Yeah.
getting any closer.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it.
I'm just gonna keep it off to my side here. Keep an eye on it. The one thing I wish it gives you its speed, because its velocity is 0, so it's a NPC waiting. But I wish it gave you the distance, because it gives you velocity, faction, which is always unavailable. But I wish it gave you distance right there on the target meter or the target display. So barrel, Bexlite, aluminum.
It's a decent amount of backslide. I guess it's worth it.
But it's it's a little tiny. It's an extractable piece. It's only 380, 385, but it's 31 barrel, 25 Bexlite, 41 aluminum. But it doesn't. If it was that percentage crackable, then I'd take a shot because then it might clump up better. But check this guy's distance. Yeah, he's staying. He's just floating there. You almost want to take my prospector over and check it out. Check out what it can do.
I can let you fire those big IDRIS guns on the front, the big, you know, whatever you call them. They're like the big ballistic cannons, the size 7s.
Oh, the IDRIS. I was talking about taking my prospector over and challenging him.
Yeah, we'll go over there before we drop off all this cargo. I just keep finding Laranite. I don't want Laranite. Boo.
It's funny because that was my go-to commodity trade.
I know. It's actually still decent money.
Like Bezdek to Lorville. That was my big money maker. But that was that. In fact, that's what I was thinking. That was my big money maker in the Caterpillar, and I can make more than that on. I guess I could do those faster. Because that was just a back and forth trip, and I'd make like 700 or 800K profit. But I can do that triple drop-off loop from Everest to Everest down to the distribution centers and make $1 million. So this is a Grecium. That was the second. So if Laranite was, you know, if I couldn't get good stock of Laranite or the pirates were camping Bezdek or PvP guys, then I would switch to a Grecium. I think I got that off of Ida or Magna, and nobody went there. But yeah, both those, you know, Laranite is on the edge of valuable. I think a Grecium is not even in the running as mining trash.
Man, I like this little golem. Might take this
Yeah.
out in my C2 with some spare boxes.
I think that's a C2 Golem PL hangout. Might be a thing that we should put. Oh, here's a nice gold rock. I'm gonna try this. Oh, 31. I'll never be able to do it. Never mind. So gold is the hardest one, and that's double my maximum weight range. Let me check our friend again. Make sure he's still. Yep. Still scared of us. He sees our IDRIS firepower and doesn't know that no one's in the ship.
I mean, he can scan it and see that nobody's in the ship. But even so, it would take an IDRIS a long time to kill an IDRIS.
No, but that's just a Gladius.
Oh, yeah, he has no... The thing, they can't shoot open the doors very easily anymore. They've kind of had to fix that. Alright, got a couple E-types around here.
When I made that kind of sightseeing trip out to Grimhex, I noticed they sold fuses out there. So they're actually pretty cheap. So I bought a bunch of fuses. So I put double fuses in my cutter. Does double fuses do any good?
I don't know. I just know that
After I did it,
if
I thought,
on some ships, if the fuses break, it breaks the ship's like systems, right?
Yeah.
They don't work. So I assume having two is better than one. All right, I have a 32K 20% Bexlite rock. Probably not worth both of us trying to break it.
oh yeah, see, because my laser has some support features to it, I think.
Yeah, if
Where
it was
it's-
like 40% Bexlite, I'd say we should try it.
Yeah. That's something that we should probably keep an eye out for, is to try to do a double ship cracker. my laser should reduce its resistance and its instability a little bit just by popping the laser on at minimum power.
Alright, this is a good looking one. Terranite. Oh, I see what they're saying about the optimal and max ranges being right there with
Yeah,
each
isn't
other.
that weird? It's like it's extreme back in. When I first saw it, I thought, what the hell?
I have all of the instability on this thing. It's hilarious.
Ooh, Bexlite iron. Good cost. Oh, but 10K. This probably is crackable. Yeah, I like that Mantis was able to verify our kind of ignore that meter. It's a suggestion, not a rule.
Right?
Or even an evaluation, it sounds like. Oh, wow. Thing's not budget. That means it's surge time. Oh, this might be my... Oh, offline. No, it's not. I'm thinking this might be my last surge, and I'll have to try and do the switcher routine. I've been looking forward to... Oh! Not paying attention. Surge right up into the green zone.
And I do hate that this Terranite is clumping up so poorly.
Oh, there we go! The successful surge crack.
Nice.
The first time the surge actually got me up there and it stuck long enough that I got the crack done. Now, extraction. Let's see what we bought. 24%. Thanks. Give me a good one. Give me something like 70, 80 or higher. At 40%, I'll take it. That's why I got these argopods. Extra room to be sloppy. So I wonder if CID must know about this because they made the pod's interchangeable. They could easily block that with 1 or 2 lines of code. So I wonder if they mind that people are doing that, or if that's like part of the kind of like swapping out components. Well, that's another thing I was going to ask you. So it looks like I was trying to figure out which chips to be on the lookout for, just to kind of steal their components. It looks like I can use like a Prowler and Talon to get stealth.
Yeah, a couple of stealth.
Power
Yeah,
plants.
I would do that.
And then Eclipse gives me a stealthy shield, 2 of them.
And I think you can get a size 1 military power plant from, I think, a Buccaneer.
Ooh, I actually seen Buccaneers a lot. We're not,
I think so. I haven't looked in a while, but
the thing is, my problem is now I don't have a good ship that fights and has a cargo bay. I guess the closest one is my Corsair. It's got pretty good firepower, but it's against a Buccaneer that's challenging just because of keeping it in your sights.
I broke my rule and took a bunch of inert stuff because I wanted the Terranite. And, oh well.
Instead, you have those bags to spare.
Yeah, that's true.
saying anything over 50%, but now it's hard. If I'm getting like 40 or 45% backslide, I'm thinking, I should take it. So I just took a 40, and this is a 35 backslide and iron. Yeah. It's only how many SCU is it? 8.5 SCUs. It's actually quite a bit. A lot of my SCUs though. It was like a 4 or 5 SCU total. I might have taken it. All right. Yeah, that actually wasn't a bad spot. I actually am getting a lot of Terranite. Terranite seems to be, the most common of the higher tier things. In fact, actually, probably every other, at least every third rock, has a pretty good Terranite thing, or 100% inert. If I take it all the 100% inerters, I'm getting a lot of Terranite candidates out here. More than Bexlite, more than gold. So where was the site that we're at? Is that mining base around which moon?
We are over in ArcCorp.
Oh.
But not all the mining bases in ArcCorp have the same properties, right? So I had to pull it up on Regolith, and then I was just looking at the Terranite. This is 24% Terranite, which I've found.
Yeah.
It's not that it's 24% is what you get out of the rocks, but rather that 24% of the rocks contain it at all.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was just saying. It seems like I was saying 30%, and so that's exactly what. So that actually is pretty accurate. All right, here's a nice little 3 rock cluster. I always like that because they're 3 chances to win. 21k gold. I bet I can't do that.
I can come help with that after I swap my cargo out.
With 21% gold, 51% titanium. So it's not
great.
It's not stellar, but it might be a candidate because your gold is challenging. So that might be a good candidate to see if we could bust the 2, because I was gonna try it here. Oh yeah, my passive, or my module's unequipped. It ejected. I'll verify that this isn't lost, but yep. There's 2 other rocks right here for me to scan, and I want to get out and try to see how much of a hassle it is to change out my surge. Come on, give me something good here. P-type asteroid. Laranite titanium, 5,000. Oh wow. It's smoking like it's like I have my laser on it. My laser's off, but I was pointing at it, and it started, with that glowing effect and sizzling.
Interesting.
So we make sure. Yeah, my laser's off.
I'm just gonna take this one, even though it's not an amazing haul by any means.
Way farther than I thought. I got scared. They went 1.5 kilometers away. Well, looks like this one's like a little extraction ready one. Let's see what he is. How long are you getting for this? Oh, here's a quant laranite titanium. It's my first quantanium I've seen. Try changing out my so how do I do this?
Dun, 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 dun.
I'm trying to think of the logistics of. I have all those surges in my backpack, but I need to get it into my tractor beam, so I guess I just drop it in space and then snag it with the tractor beam before it floats away. I can't install it by hand, can I? Oh, I have to read.
No, I think you have to do it with a tractor beam.
Uh-oh, I'm dying. I
Did
didn't
you-
put my helmet back on.
That's bad.
God
Don't
damn.
die.
Open up. Get in. Quick, get in. Oh man. Oh, it's I'm at 4% health. I turned
That was a
immediately
clutch
around,
save.
opened the door, and like the ladder was coming out. It's like, hurry, hurry. Like, oh, and luckily I have some. I didn't have a. Yeah, so see, I wanted to put things like a med gun and stuff and permanent storage in here. At least I have some med kits. What a fucking idiot. See, this is why getting out of your ship is bad. When you're mining, I like to be comfortable and take my helmet off.
Yep. I'm with you on that.
Double check.
Passive
helmet
only on
on.
my end. Let me see what's worse. Corundum
Oh,
or
that was gonna
Festinite.
be. I was gonna be mad if that had happened. Oh, what the hell? Picked up a dead. I'm not getting the interaction on my door anymore. What's going to get something in my hand or something? No. Helmet on.
Are you secretly already dead?
I got interaction on the pilot seat, but on the I'm not getting the like open and close extra ship on the door. It knows. Oh, there it is. Open and close. Huh?
Shield system offline.
Why would that? Yeah, because normally, like as I approach that inner door, it kind of auto opens, and then the interactions on the exterior door, but the inner door is closed. Oh, I can just go open up the ship from the pilot seat. There we go. Problem solved.
Online.
Double check the helmet again. Yeah, when you open all, that little hatch in the back opens up too. It comes down, almost looks like it's a terminal, and I thought this would be cool if they would let you like go through your ore bags and like dump inert only. Some feature like that. It looks like it pops down like a little terminal interface. Just triple check the helmet again. Yeah. Right. Below. Yeah, this is a very good argument for passive.
For what?
Just what I did there is an extremely good argument for passive, because you know you're going to take your helmet off to drink, and you know you're going to leave it off like an idiot like I did. So at one point that's going to happen to you if you insist on using passive modules. Just into space. Where did it go? I lost it already. Finding it. Where is it? Did I drop it? 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's still in my backpack. That's weird. It doesn't let me drop it into space. Can I put it in my hand? No.
May end up having to come back to
No, there has to be a way. Maybe I have to put my hand inside the ship and then exit the ship.
I don't think you can hold it in your hand, though. Like, you have to use the tractor beam.
Oh, maybe I'll put it on the floor of my ship and then have it in the tractor beam when I exit. Maybe. Yeah, 'cause I kept using that. Oh, maybe I can. Oh shit! I can right-click it on my inventory.
Landing complete.
Yeah, drop item. So let me try. These are all the things I had to work out on my first. Oh, now this has to be something I'm doing wrong. Is as soon as I come back in my ship, it auto closes the door in a way that I can't get back out. No interaction. Open and close buttons don't work. Yeah, so if I exit and enter my ship, the only way I can get, I have to go in the back, in my pilot seat and use the open all feature, which can't be right. Right, so let me try it this way. Not you. I'll put it this way. Oh, there we go. When I click it, I couldn't drop it, I couldn't expect it, but let me put it in my hand. But it's not in my hand, so where did it go? Are you, little Surge? Well, this is a problem. I lost it out of my inventory, but it's nowhere to be found.
Telling you, there's zero reason to be using active modules. Just a headache.
Yeah, I think you've convinced me. There has to be some way to do it. That's almost like a puzzle.
How full were your ore bags? I'm trying to figure out if I have a chance to do another run
Yeah, you have it.
before you're
I was
back.
only, yeah, like 10%, and I'm out fucking around outside my ship right now.
Alright.
Let me see if I can just, if I take up my tractor beam, if I can just snag it. If I can. Now I'm just curious if this is impossible or if I'm just an idiot. I'm gonna spend another like $1,500. See if I can waste another one out in space. Open all doors again. This time I'm gonna put it on the floor of my ship and see if I can tractor beam it while I exit. See if that's the method. Yeah, good thing I bought 20 of these surge modules is I'm losing more than I'm using. Alright, got it, the tractor beam. Now just exit the door nice and easy. And everything will work fine. There has to be a better way than what I'm doing right now. This is stupid. Whoa, whoa, don't lose it! Oh. I bumped into it EVAing and it disconnected and just started rocketing away from me. But I grabbed it. All right. This is causing me more anxiety than
Oh,
mining explosive Montanium rocks did. Switching the module. I got the yellow. And it's green.
alright, so
And
you
it's
are
attached.
that way.
Victory.
I will go this way.
Enter the ship.
Yeah, this little golem already doesn't have much of a signature. Like, its cross-section is 910 meters.
Baby ship.
Yeah. The EM is only 12 kilometers. The IR is only 7. That's with the
Oh,
stock
that's
components. So we could probably throw stealth components on here pretty easily and get it down under 5 kilometers all around.
In fact, I forgot to unlock my ports, and no, I didn't. I guess it did, so it wasn't showing it. Yeah, okay, they were unlocked. But I didn't remember to unlock my ports, but I successfully changed the module, and I thought that should have been impossible. But, yeah, I just forgot it after all the excitement of almost dying in space. Yeah, what killed you? Yeah, just switching out a module. That's too much for me.
It's normal workplace hazards.
Right, that's, oh, this is the medium. Right, let's see what I bought.
It's peaceful out here. Yeah, that one random hostile aside. Never bothered us
The-
anyway.
Yeah. Do you see how that thing rockets?
This ship is great.
Yeah, you just zoom or just rock to rock, and you can just. I really like the maneuverability of it and the speed. Like I said, the one problem I had is I would come into a rock, you had 200 meters a second, and not leave myself enough time to slow down.
It's one that I've already cracked, or there's a lot of rocks here. Yeah, this is one I've already cracked. It's funny,
Grease, yeah.
I think.
Yeah, something I'm gonna have to get better at is, because I haven't even done that yet. I'm trying to use other like natural landmarks rather than what Mantis said is exactly what I used to do. Is I'd pick a quantum marker as a landmark, and just you have to keep on turning on your quantum drive, but then you make sure that you never backtrack on yourself and you never cross paths with a partner. Ah, here's a nice 50% Bexelite. Oh, 34,000 now.
Oh, you want me to come help with it? I'll do it.
Yeah.
I'll jump to you. Let's try it.
Let me, yeah, this is a big boy. It's Bexlite and copper. 21% resistance, 278 instability. Let me see what just 100% laser and a surge does to it.
Well, when I target you, it makes me jump to Arc Corp, so I'm just gonna fly to you.
Yeah, I couldn't target you or the ship. Actually, I've never seen a jump to ship work yet, but I've never had a ship where I really needed to jump to yet, I don't think. I think I did try it once when I think something happened in a mission where I got interrupted and I had to fly out my roar turret, but I couldn't. But my ship might have been damaged by like turrets at a bunker or something. So it might not have been a valid jump target. Still, 100% charge, nice and close to nothing. Let's see what a surge does.
Shield system online.
Yeah. Ooh, there you.
Oh, this thing's nice and zippy.
Just like a rocket fly in my field of view. Alright, yeah, this would be a good test. 100% laser for me, and with full surge, didn't even register any charge level at all. So,
Alright, I'll crank it up to 100.
yeah, do 100, and then I'll be 100, and I'm gonna get in nice and close here. So I'm at maximum power. Actually, we're starting to build, so here I'm gonna hit it with a surge. Are you maximum power right now?
I'm at max power right now. We got a nice big optimal window too.
Yeah, I know it's like, seems like our optimum windows combined. All right, here I'm gonna surge it. Oh, there we
Whoa.
go. Yeah, the surge is really kicking. So, who's gonna adjust?
I'll cut my power.
Oh, okay, I just cut mine too. So here, I'll let you do the adjust. I'll go back to 100%. Oh,
Should be just
okay, with the
about
surge-
right.
Yeah, yeah. So now we might have to go both to 100 because it's gonna drop.
I think we got it.
Nice.
There we go. We should have some smaller breaks to have to do, but that worked out.
Well, yeah, we could probably each. Yeah, the brakes are probably handleable by either of us now. So that was actually good. That's I think my first teamwork rock ever since we tried it in the mold with brevity.
Yeah, that's
Mold.
awesome. That worked really well.
That was fun.
Yeah,
I
this
like that.
is-
That surge really kicks in. Here's a 68% Bexlite secondary crack. Yeah, you see why I like the surges? Just when they work, they work.
Yeah. It sounds so good on the outside, too. That's like really bassy.
Yeah. Back in that drop. And they changed the visual effect. The visual effect, you know, the laser now kind of has that wavy, you know, kind of line effect. The surge used to look like this fire hose of sparks. They kind of do it a little bit. When it first lights up, it does it, but it used to do that the whole time. It just looked like you're putting this fire hose of energy into the rock. Yeah, so I think that's why, yeah, still I keep harping about this. I just need an internal storage. Like this, if we were both doing this rock and we had just missed it, you know, rock that was just big enough that neither of us could do it with our passive modules, then one of us could drop in, you know, surge and you push it over the edge. So it's a good thing to kind of keep in your back pocket, but I don't think I'm going to use it. Oh, this is a nice 75% extraction. That's right within my parameters. Why? Oh, I'm hitting the console button. Oh, I'm surging it.
Ruh-roh. Ow.
I surged it to death. God damn it. I hit the, instead of alt left click to go into extraction mode, I alt number 1, which is fire the surge. That was a 75%. Oh, here's a 62. I could have got a 75 and a 62. And like an idiot, I blew it up. See, another reason, the downside of a surge, you can't do that with a Rieger. What's this one? God damn it. That was probably the best fragment out of the rock I just, you know, the secondary rock I just cracked.
I am deeply disappointed. Let me tell you. it's fine. Like, hey, I almost blew us all up on our first. I did blow us all up on our first mining run.
100% Bexlite to make up for it.
There you go.
But that 75 would have done great.
I don't mind taking
for
a
my-
little copper with it. That's fine.
See, this is 13%. These both can't be 13, are they? 13 and 9. And these two rocks have the exact same signature. It seems like it's a bug. So I'm in extraction mode. Is that 13, 25. Yeah, these two secondary fragments have the exact same numbers, which shouldn't be the case. It's a 13, that's a 13. Yeah, all these rocks are repeating. It's almost like I'm not getting the right readings. Oh shit. I'm looking at my I'm looking at my storage SU and not the composition of the rock.
That's funny.
Like, why aren't these things changing? Oh, here's a 92% extraction.
Yeah, I'm just going through them, doing all the breaks first. So feel free to extract all you want.
Oh, I just surged. How can I surge with my lasers off, but it's still allowing me to fire my surge?
I don't know.
I pointed my ship away, so let's see if I damaged his other nice one. Yeah, I was gonna blow up a 96%er. That's when you want to say send Craig home. He's not helping the team.
Yeah, now it's just sabotage. Come on.
Yeah, sometimes the scan takes so long. My eyes just get drawn down to the, you know, my cargo numbers. 56%, that's a candidate. 57%, that's a candidate. How full are your bags? Looks like I'm about.
I'm at 0 actually. I haven't scanned anything yet, or I haven't scooped anything yet. Ooh, that cooked up a little bit more than I wanted.
Oh, here's an 87.
Yeah, take the most efficient stuff. I'll probably fill up on just about everything else.
All right. Yeah, over on my side, looks like there's a couple that are between 55 and 60. But here, I'll kind of take a peek at them and see what. There's a 47 and a 57 because I have a lot of them scanned already. A 38, a 56, a 47. Yeah, so it looks like you have at least 2 over 55 and 2 over 45. That's a 26. $68. There's a. Yeah, so it looks like you might be able to fill up here. 26. How big is yours? Just 32.
Yeah.
22. $2.5. You can skip that one. Actually, like I'm scanning rocks, I like to see when the material you're after shows up a very low percentage in the fragment, because you figure that.
All right, that should be all the breaks.
All right, looks like you're gonna have 3 between 55 and 61 that's like 67. So
Yeah, let me check these ones I just did. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to scan them all now too. It doesn't give me your data.
Oh, there's an 82 right in front of your face.
All right, good.
So yeah, it looks like you're gonna have an 82, maybe two high 60s.
Yeah, there's the 82. I'll take that.
Yeah, take that one right away. That's. I think I got 2 more to scan, and then I think I have them all. Yeah, and here's another 41. Yeah, so you should be able to get. You probably should be able to fill up with nothing under that's not over 50, and in fact over 55.
Yeah, that's good. That's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should do more of these big breaks then with 2 ships.
Yeah.
What is this? That's all copper.
Like, yes, if you find a good rock, because this is the double bonus. It's a big rock with a good percentage. Yeah, here's a 58er. Yeah, so you should. I think the rest should be like. I think there's 2 in the 60s and like a 57 and a 58, and then there's like a 56. So try to get like the 56 one last, because there should be 3 that are better than me. Rotate out of your way. Make sure you didn't get any miss hits. Yeah, there's the 56 is still out. 47, 38. Yes, I still see the 56 and 57.
Yep. I'll find that back. There's one. You said 60 something.
Yeah, there was a 68 that is kind of high on your side. It's the highest rock. It should be next to you, kind of on your left side.
There it is. Got it. Definitely take that. And then I think there's a 57 and a 56.
Yeah, there's 57 and 58.
Right, let me scan a couple more.
I think I have them all scanned. I'll see if I'll just go over them and see if I can find. So these are all 20s and 40s. Yeah, and if you have any space left, there's like a 47 out there that might round you out if you need. Oh, here they have 57 at the bottom. Near the bottom of the stack. I hope we're oriented the same way. Give me zoom in on and see which way you're pointed. Yeah, so we have the same top and bottom. So the 57's kind of near the bottom on the leftish center.
Yep.
Where's that 56 still out here? Did you get that? Did you get the 56er? That's 26.
Yeah,
That's
there's the
47.
56. So there's nothing bigger than 56 now.
Yeah, I'm seeing a 56 now.
All right.
Is it
That'll fill
56.42?
me up. Yeah, 56.42. Yep.
Yep, yeah, you're getting it.
All right, and I'm full.
All right.
Well, what do you say we try to
wait.
go refine all this stuff?
Well, actually, I just realized I have a little bit. I still have a little bit to go. I thought I was filled up, and I just looked like it.
And I will leave these bags on the golem. So we'll see if I can refine from it.
Yeah.
And then you can leave the bags on your ship, and I'll see if I can refine from yours. That'll be a good test.
You grab that 47 to top me off. Yeah, we're gonna have both ships full, and then full bags, on the deck also, so we can check all the scenario.
Did Mantis say he stored his ship when he docked it, or did he just leave it on the?
Well, he
On
was
the
at a
docking
refinery,
arm.
so he had
Because
to
you,
be
well, yeah, but you can store. You can go to the ASOP and store it on the
Oh.
docking arm. I just don't know if he did that or not.
All right, yep, storage full. So now let me follow you back.
Shield system online.
Yeah, let me come open the doors here.
Yeah, it's the only thing I can't. Which another thing is with all the group play people are doing is, I guess you could leave a party member on board. As long as you did that, you'd always have a marker.
I mean, I guess I could get the laptop out and have Selena stay on board, but she would AFK out.
Well, no, I noticed as long as I see your ship marker, it just says a white ship. You got about 30 out. Whatever its signal is. So as long as we're within 30, I can find it. But well, again, I guess if we were following navigation better, if I followed out a marker, I could follow my marker back in and
Right.
get within 30 kilometers of it, and then scan it and find it.
If I store it with your ship on board, would that work? Would it just
Well, I
stay
think-
there? Would you have to claim it? Hmm.
I think the first thing we should try is just dock it, and then and then go to the refinery terminal and see if it shows up. And then if it doesn't, then we can store it, and we'll, the worst case scenario, I have to claim my ship, big deal. It has nothing in it that won't immediately come back. So I'll lose, this tiny little run. And the back door is the.
Back door is open. Just pull in a little further toward the middle. That way I can get the golem in around you.
What's the speed limiter? There it is. Alt wheel. I'm gonna speed limit myself this time. I'm jerking in. Glide in nice and slow. With my gears up. Don't drag them, score up your deck. Perfect. I'll pull up right into the middle slot.
Landing gear down. Landing complete. Your systems are
Whoa.
offline.
You good? You just drop straight down.
I said it didn't speed limit I have my up down side on the little hat,
Mm.
the kind of thumb hat on my throttle. So sometimes I nudge it in a way that I don't expect it to nudge. So turn everything off. Oh, I should have hit the open all button. Let's see if it'll let me out this time. But I'm actually landed. Yeah, so no, yeah, this inner door always opens when I come out, and then I get the interaction button on the outer door. That was weird how it trapped me in there. Alright, my ship's all off. Power and systems. Yes, I'm very interested in this test. So you have, oh, here's your, is this the Geo? Or
Or
just an
not the.
Atlas?
It's just an Atlas.
Yeah. It's got a back. Oh no, it doesn't. You have that fancy tiger paint or zebra.
Where should we sell? Or where should we refine? I mean,
Oh, I think Arc 2, Arc L2 is a good one. Let me call up regular. Cause I was actually looking if I actually if I wanted to come all the way back to Stanton to refine from mining in Pyro, it was like Mick L2 and Arc L2 were like two of like the best refineries that gave you like good, mostly good positive numbers. Regolith. Here it's easy to call up. Data. Refinery.
ooh, but we have a lot of Terranite, and we can get a
Yeah,
bonus at Arc L4, but everything
Oh,
else
you-
is negative.
Where's the refinery numbers? Is this it? No. Dashboard. No. Calculator. I can't find. I was looking at them a lot. And
Yeah,
I
Arc
can't
L2 is
find-
pretty good.
What
Exolite will get a
what's it under?
bonus. Refinery
Oh,
bonuses.
refinery bonus. There
Yeah,
it is.
data refinery bonuses.
Yeah, so Arc L4.
Yeah, Arc L2 will work. We have a little bit of gold, we have a little bit of Exolite. There's no negative for Terranite. And then I don't care about anything below that anyway. I might not even refine it. Mick L5 looks really good for Bexolite and has bonuses. There's no negatives at all. So we'll lose on gold. How much gold did we get? Not a lot, right?
Yeah, I think just a smidgen.
So I mean, if we probably have the most Terranite followed by Bexolite. So I'm tempted to do Arc L4.
Yeah, let's do that. And that's not that far from
Yeah.
I think where we are, right?
I mean, this ship's pretty fast.
The 4s and 5s are the closest, other than the 1s and 2s. Why
Arc
was I thinking
L4,
Arc
Faint
L2?
Glen. Yeah, we're not that far.
Oh, it's because Arc L2 does Bexlite and Gold. Because I was just looking at like the tier.
Arc L2 is a pretty good option, though, by
Yeah.
looking at it.
But I think, well, we had mostly Terranite, so like if you're just looking at like which one gives you the on tier 1 and above, that's a good one because it doesn't give you any negative for Terranite.
Yeah.
But then if you like, yeah, just Terranite is Arc L4, the gold penalty, and then see Mick L2 is another one. It gives you Bexlite gold buff.
Mick L2
then
looks really good. It has a lot
yeah,
of
but
good
no
stuff.
downside.
Well, if next time we'll target. Why did we drop
Like,
out of Quantum Trap? That was weird.
But yeah, next time we should like target a Bexlite, and then looks like we could do like Bexlite and pick up any gold we find. And then there's a couple refineries that like that pair.
Well, this has been pretty cool operating out of a mothership. I feel like
Yeah,
I
this is
got
like
several more trips than you did through it, but it's pretty neat.
well, it was well, I think yeah, two factors. I was being more stingy just out of like force of habit, I think, and then also my laser was limiting me on cracks.
Yeah.
So I was finding a lot of really nice rocks with the percentages I want, but they were all just too big. So I think if I fix my laser, so I'm gonna do a Rieger Focus Helix is what I'm gonna switch this
Ooh,
to
interesting.
probably tomorrow over some coffee.
That was working well for me. I mean, I think some of the gold was hard to do because it has the narrowest window, but everything else went pretty
Well,
well.
when I was doing the research, I thought because I kind of came up with two different loadouts that looked really promising, and there was one that was an honorable mention that was using the impact laser, but the other two had it was kind of like a half in between the other two, so the Hofstad was good for a beginner, and which I thought it was at the time, and then the Helix was the one that you were gonna work towards once your skill got up. But there's this kind of half step that was, the jack of all trades, master of none in the middle. And then the big question I kept having was, the Rieger looks solid with its 35% boost, but the Surge just beat it with 50 and the resistance boost on top of it. So I kept thinking that the focus was once you go to Helix, you have to go focus to keep the window shrinkage controlled.
It,
But I thought it's either the Rieger or the Surge, and I think out of this experience today is the Rieger has to win. Like I said, I'd like to be able to keep. I wonder if I could put like a little 8 SCU crate in the back, because it'd be nice to keep a couple Luxes and a couple Surges just for emergency sake. And the other thing that was the Saber module, the SAB IR, I think, mining gadget. I mean, is that one looked like it would be because it really knocks down the resistance, which is what it screws gold. So if you find a real good gold rock with the laser with that Helix Focus Rieger, if you slapped that Saber gadget on it, you'd be able to crack any high resistance rock that you needed to. So yeah, that's how I like to be able to take is some Luxes, a med gun just in case I ever go out in space again without my helmet, and one mining gadget and 2 Surges just in case I want to swap them out. And then I'd swap out like the Rieger for a Surge just for like 1 or 2 shoots.
Shields online.
Let me see this thing from the outside.
Docking request
I have a
approved.
chance coming into dock. Yeah, so we should try the refinery with it just docked, then if not, store it, and then try it again, and then if that's the case, then we'll have to bring it out of storage and then see what the status of the ships are inside.
well, I mean, I don't know how many players are out here at this spot in particular, but while you're docked, anybody can run onto your ship. So would you be okay staying in the command center up here
Yeah.
and just, occupying the captain's seat if somebody comes on?
Or is there just one
Is it
doorway?
this side?
In? Yeah, I've seen the docking interface and I didn't understand it, but I've never actually done it, and I've never had it explained to me, in a video. But it looks like it's trying to tell you how to maneuver to dock, but what it was telling me I couldn't understand.
And there's one on each side, right? So I don't know if I'm on the wrong side.
Yeah, so since there's only one entrance, I have a
All right, I think I need to
gallant
switch
on my back,
sides.
so I could go stand guard at the doorway and shoot anybody that comes down. Oh yeah, it looks like it wants you to dock a certain way because I saw it whenever I was seeing a lot of double Idrises docked at Everest, and they were always, 180 degrees apart in
Yeah,
the
I
way they
think
were
this
pointing.
is
So it looked like
far more correct.
it looked like it had a preferred angle or preferred orientation to dock on one side only. Oh, so one is maybe the station dock and the other is a ship dock.
I
See,
don't know.
I've never seen a ship to ship dock either
Well, I don't think that's in game yet.
in the game yet. But you can do a docking request because I can tell when I come into Everest. A lot of times someone will target me to see who I am, because then after that I'll get a docking request from them.
You know what? Wait.
Automated docking.
Automated docking. Once you're close enough, just do that.
I've never tried the automated landing yet either. Gliding in nice and slow.
Yeah.
Oh, now yeah, the thing's extending now. All right, so yeah, I'll go stand at the docking collar, attachment, and I got a nice gallant in burst mode.
I don't know that
Ready
you'll
to
be able to
greet.
use it because we're in Armistice.
Then maybe a good melee karate chop.
Yeah. I'm not. I mean, it's probably not gonna.
At least I can stand
There's
there. and
nobody
look menacing.
here.
I'll feel like I'm guarding the ship. That's the most important thing. I can role play that I'm guarding the ship. God damn, this thing is big.
All right.
Actually, I can't even take my gun out of the holster. I was hoping to stand here and just look menacing.
Long run back
I'll
into
look-
the station.
I can stand here and look through the window of the docking
Yeah, you can do what you want. That's fine.
door.
The fun was the rocks we broke along the way, not the profits. Just
It
wave
sounds like
wave
a
at you
50
from the
song.
observation deck.
Like the journey was all the hearts you broke.
There, yeah. Ooh. Is that a song? If not, we should write it.
Yeah, it's like when you said that, it's like that almost sounds like a 50s song.
Yeah, some doo-wop.
Yep.
You were here when we all tried to go out, and I couldn't get the Pileus to undock. It just wouldn't do it.
No, I don't think so.
I forget what that was, but yeah, maybe it was Mantis and somebody else, but yeah, we were gonna take the Pileus and do some missions, refinery, and I had it all stocked up, ready to go, and like we were all at the space station. Everybody got on it, everybody's geared up, and then like couldn't get it off of the docking arm. It just would not go.
Could we get a fire marshal down to decom?
Yeah, I like how the station's laid out because we're out on that kind of skinny portion. So as soon as you got the elevator, you zip down that line.
All right, running upstairs, dodging
Another thing
NPCs.
that bothered me is that because I spent so much time in Lorville, and one time I actually just floated over Lorville and I looked at all the train tracks and how they were laid out to see if the trains were actually, the movements that you get while you're riding the trains are accurate. And lo and behold, they're exactly, accurate. And so I noticed when I started playing again now is it was bothering me that the Lorville, the train that leaves the spaceport.
All right, it looks like I
left-
will have to store the ship, so if you want to run off of it,
Oh, all right.
I'll have to go back to the ASOPs and do that. But it was not appearing at all.
We got a camp still.
All right, I'm in that long hallway.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm still running back to the elevators.
I'm gonna watch you come down that. I liked watching your marker when you ride the elevators. Oh, I was telling you, so the train in Lorville left the station, the space source station, in the wrong direction than it used to. and it was really bothering me. So I actually hovered over the city, and when they redid the city, they added more train tracks, and so it actually leaves in the right direction. So those bastards did good.
I just went the
Yeah,
wrong
it's a
way.
part of the
I'm
station that
lost.
I don't ever hang out in. Oh, in fact, I saw some little short video this morning when I was drinking coffee that was where to find low light scopes, and it's in the distribution centers. But there's some tunnels up on the roof that you can get into,
Yeah.
and I guess those are chock full of low light scopes.
Yep.
And so I was because I've never found any good loot at that place, but that's a place I had never. Uh-oh, I just locked it. Oh, there you go. I just
All right.
lagged out.
Well, I stored the ship, so probably.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My whole section is rocking because the whole arm is retracting now. Oh, I should have watched it disappear. But yeah, so now I'm all excited. I'm gonna go out and do some more of those.
And I guess look and see if there's not a bunch of ships sticking out over there.
Those distribution center missions, because now I can have fun out there and get a little loot in between missions. Lobby. I think the only docking ports I ever was on was out on that
Just wanted to make a
on
general
the
announcement to check
Siege
your
of
valve
Warsaw.
systems. We've been noticing leaks.
Oh
Down
yeah,
that docking arm under fire.
that's a cool. I hope they bring that back at some point now that they can like wall it off on its own server.
But you know what I'm worried about is the same thing you were complaining about. It's gonna be 99% workable, and they're gonna just shut it off because it's gonna be mostly workable, but something.
All right. So
is gonna
your
break.
prospector is not visible to me. Mine is. My golem is. And the Idris P is.
Okay, in fact, here it'll be interesting. I'm arriving at the refinery now too. So let me see if I can
Oh,
refine
that's
while
a
it's being
good.
worked.
That's a good. Because I don't want to spawn it and screw up the refinery order. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but like this would actually be cool for a group play, because then everybody would park their ships, you'd come and dock it, and then you'd refine there's guys fighting out here. Come on, let me in. But then we'd all just run in here. We'd all have to do our own little ship if they weren't unloaded. But let's see what my status is. Like starting. Yes, I'm like material location. Nothing's on that list for me either. But yeah, I can't set up a work order. But actually, so that's an easy problem to solve. Is the way you do it is you'd fly into refinery. Everybody that had ships that you didn't own gets off the IDRIS and flies in and docks themselves. And then you store your IDRIS, and everybody stores their ships. Everybody refines, and that's the end of the night. And then you can all log off and go to bed.
Yeah.
And everybody wakes up with their ship in the morning. You're just in a refinery station. So yeah, after you set up your orders, we'll just have to recall your ship, and then
Yeah, you can fly yours off. I'll move the golem out of the way. All right, let's go. Get out of the way, NPCs. Come on.
Scheduled waste disposal has been postponed until further notice.
yeah, I think worst case scenario, I just spawn my Aurora out here. Aurora, like I said, it's a perfect little taxi when I need a ship, but I don't want to change the locations of any of my other ships. Like when I bought this Prospector, I just call up the Aurora, fly it down to Lorville, leave it there, and fly my Prospector out. But I don't want to end up leaving one of my other ships there that I have to claim later. And I always keep that ship empty, so I never lose anything with a claim. And it's under 2 minutes to claim that little bad boy too.
Yeah, that's nice. That's that starter ship speed. Claim speed.
Welcome.
All right. Retrieve.
Your vehicle has been
Docking
think it's
port
probably 2
1.
minutes.
Please visit us again.
It's
There
2
it
minutes
is.
to claim, and you probably do and you probably pay 50 AUC and you get it instantly if you don't want to wait the 2 minutes, or probably 1 minute and 30 seconds.
And there she. Oh, see, look, it's on the other side now. We're coming in the opposite side of the ship because it was pointing the other way when I left.
Oh yeah.
So maybe that's how it does it, is one side is for when you dock and one side is for when you spawn it. Well, I'm glad this is working. A lot of the times when we were trying to do docking, it would, like, you couldn't undock or the arm would never extend. So you couldn't get on the ship anyway. Alright, let's see where we go this way. Nope, that's the med bay. That's the wrong way. We're on the other side of the ship, Quaid.
Oh yeah, I'll be set up back to Lorville too.
The control room, yes.
I have to remember to do that.
Control room should say hangar underneath of it. I should add that to it. Alright.
The moment of truth. Who's here? Everybody. All right, and
Interestingly, all
our-
these... So here's my scary thing is all the ore bags are still here.
are gone.
They're not gone.
Okay,
That's the
neither.
thing. They're all still here. So I don't know if they're just empty now, or if that took them... If it screwed up the refinery, or either way. I'll
No,
store
Jimmy,
the
'cause
Idris. I'll store the Idris after you get off of here. Let me move the golem and open the back door.
But yeah, because I was actually thinking that the other thing that you'd hate is if it stole them all. And so you'd have to, every time you refined, you had to buy all new ore bags. That'd be dumb. But yes, it just has to empty them and leave them here. That's the only way it could work, or you could never refine without trying to put them all on an elevator or something stupid. Right. And just, I would say, in normal PL hangout efficiency, we put my ship right in the middle.
Yep.
So.
Oh, now I'm stuck. So let
Oh.
me... Yeah, so
My shields
you
are off.
are not... Let's see if I can just tuck in over here.
You know me, I can get to one side a little bit.
No,
so
you should be good. Just don't hit me on the way back out. You should be fine. That was my bad. I
can-
probably did a little bit of hull scraping. Alright,
If you want, now, are you at, alright.
just let me open the doors for you here.
Drift back. My gears up. Just,
Okay, rear hangar is opening. You should be clear to exit.
I'm kind of doing it from third person, just make sure you don't hit anything. But yeah, I noticed you don't get that wobble inside this hangar that you do in a normal hangar, which is interesting. But I guess if they wobbled in here, that would be too much.
Alright, looks like you're clear.
Yep.
Closing hangar, and I'll go store the ship.
Request docking and see. And another thing I like about those distribution center hangars is there's never a wait for the hangar request.
Yeah, that's true. It's very rare you'd ever find a bunch of ships going in and out of there.
Actually, I've come and seen other cargo ships there, but everybody uses those outdoor pads. I've never seen anybody go in and out of the big hangars except for me.
Right.
But many times I'm delivering, I'll see sometimes I'll see 2 ships, out, actively unloading cargo, but just from those external. Because maybe people think they're faster. It's easier to land and start unloading without thinking they have to wait for hangar queues. That's when I originally started playing. That's what I thought. Even because at first I didn't know there was the internal hangar, but when you told me about it, it's like, why would you use the internal one when you could just external? Because I still miss the days when all pads were external for some reason.
I mean, I use the
All
external
pads-
pads when I was doing those missions more often than the internal. It was just if I was worried about, like, oh, did somebody spawn in a bunch of the NPC missions here and I was going to get
Yeah,
shot
exactly. That's exactly what I like it for now. And just I feel the hangar reliability is always going to be better inside the hangar than outside. Just
Well, let me spawn a cargo ship here while I'm at it, so there's something to put the
Yep.
cargo into.
it's already.
And depending on my time frame, if I play a little more tomorrow night, I might do a little more mining just without the IDRIS.
What was your refinery time
16 hours was the longest one
Vehicle retrieval system.
for that? Was it
for the like 50 SCUs that we had on or 57, I forget what it was. All right, what do I
And
want? Raft? Do I want the
refinery?
raft? Nah. Just bring the C2.
You'd hate to be just a little. That's the only thing I'm starting.
Your insurance claim
My
says
only
please
complaint about
visit
the
us
raft
again.
is that 192 is ending up being limiting. I'm getting a lot of missions that are like just over 200, like
Yeah.
210. Like, oh shit, man! And it's just enough that I think, can I squeeze this in the airlock? And it's like, maybe I can squeeze. I turn 192 into 195 or 198 maybe by using the airlock, but I can't go like 210 or 220. The airlock's not that big.
Could we get a
And
fire
I thought,
marshal
there's
down at
room
the
back by the kitchen table. All right, my first refining job.
Let's see.
I'm almost happy that I'm going to get to do this myself.
Yep,
I would've
2
felt a
work
little
orders
cheated.
currently processing. And it doesn't have anything on any of the ships, so that looks like that worked great. And we did learn that you cannot refine from ships you don't own.
Yeah, but like we just found out, it's by the time in fact, if just before you hit the auto dock, if you open up the thing and I was flying out, I bet I could beat the auto dock. You're docking one of the big ships is a longer process than grabbing a quick hangar, and I bet we'd both show up at the refinery at the same time.
Cantonment, please report to management as soon as possible. Cantonment to management.
Now these stations I think I ran into one of these stations because these stations don't have, no, it's more those the R&R stations, like the ones that don't have refineries. They don't have food courts either. And so is that one of them? And luckily I didn't need it, but I thought if I'm at one of these,
I mean, they'll still
Rural
usually have like
store.
one food vendor of some kind.
Well, I found one that had a pizza place down in the main lobby, where the hangar elevators are.
Yeah.
So they had a pizza place there which doesn't sell any food yet. And then I was there just buying like a shield or power plant in outfitting a ship, so I didn't need anything, but I thought, and I kind of peeked around a little bit, but I didn't see an obvious food place. But the only one I found was that pizza place, and I think I might have found like a juice bar. So I guess you can just drink a lot of juices if you end up with like a real low food stat. Yeah, there's my prospector now.
I need someone from maintenance to get to
Zero
ventilation
SE
control.
Oh,
Ping me when you get there.
it's saying it's empty.
Your prospector's empty?
Yeah,
Oh, that's too bad. I wonder if,
zero SUs refined
because it was
full
on my
and-
ship, it just emptied it anyway, in which case maybe I did get it. Yeah, I don't know. Huh.
Yeah,
I
we're,
guess
like,
because we didn't
storing
know
it.
what was on there, so we didn't know. I don't know if it got included with the IDRIS or
Yeah.
not. Interesting.
So either we know we didn't narrow it down exactly, but we know it either it either emptied it in the store and restore in another person's ship, or it included it in the total haul.
Right.
But either way, it looks like the safer bet would be to exit the ship. But yeah. Now, how would you test this? We'd have to fill up.
We would have to know ahead of time what we had on your
Yep.
ship.
You'd have to get have one person just. That might be an easy test because you could just go up and fill up, like a specifically trash item, like titanium and copper and iron and things like that.
Yeah.
And then say you have a high percentage of that in this one ship, and then see does it make it through or not.
Oh, they have an armor and weapons store.
Yeah, man. Yeah, because it's 0%, 0 SCUs refinable, 0 inert, 48 CSCUs free space.
Hey, welcome to.
I keep wanting to say this is different. If I start a work order, material. Oh wait, select option. Yeah. Everything's 0, 0, 0, 0. Actually, we probably could have. I don't know. It depends. That might have been our biggest Bexlite haul. That last.
Oh, that's true.
Well, actually, can you are you still in the refinery? You elevator out already.
I did, but I can come back pretty quick.
Well, I was saying you might, because you can see your ore percentages, right? And so if you had a pretty good chunk of Bexlite, that might mean that it did grab me, or if it didn't, then that.
It did have a lot of Bexlite. I mean, I'd been trying to get Terranite and Bexlite and stuff, but it definitely did have some Bexlite. So let me look at it.
I know I did 2 trips in my prospector, and the first trip was almost all Terranite, no Bexlite. But the second trip, I had almost all Bexlite because of that one big double rock we cracked. And I think the one before I did it was Bexlite. So out of the 2 runs I did, one was all Terranite and all Bexlite. So if your runs.
Form into billing.
Yeah, I mean, I was not being picky, so I have a bunch of random crap.
And you did like 4 runs total?
Yeah, I think that's right.
I think you did.
Alright, let's look at my orders. So I have 2,442 of Bexlite. So what's that, 24 SCU?
Yeah.
Wait, where's all my Terranite? That can't be right. I mean, I got so much Terranite. But it's not listed? Did I not?
Did you check titanium instead of Terra?
No, I checked everything. I wanted to refine everything. Shit. Did I do this wrong? Maybe I unchecked stuff and I didn't realize it? I have to go back and watch the damn video now. Because this has the 5% Terranite bonus. Of course I wanted the Terranite.
Yeah, that's weird. That's probably, that should have been like one of the. So Bexlite was the highest thing, which makes sense. I did grab some Laranite a little bit. I grabbed a little bit of gold.
I don't have any gold on here. Yeah, weird.
I can zoom in and look over your shoulder. That was kind of nice.
Yeah, but I feel like I would not have.
Let me see if my ship shows up here at all. Oh, here it's actually showing stuff. Oh, hydrogen fuel. It's letting me
Yeah,
sell
it just
that.
is. That's not useful. Well, damn, I might have screwed up this order. I don't know. That's too bad.
Yeah, that's weird. That's the one thing that's missing.
Well, here, I'm gonna.
And when I said that in the gold.
I'm gonna stop the recording and go back.